Aloha kako. Mahalo for joining us today. We will begin with a pule by Nani Peterson.
It's for the people on the...
Hikino, mahalo, Chair. I appreciate that. If we could all stand real quick, mahalo nui loa. And if you know this oli, pule, eho mai, please join in with us as it asks for guidance as we move forward in all of our movements. Guidance and understanding that we know not of, and asking for our kupunas to instill that in us. Mahalo nui.
The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at Haliponui, 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu 96707. I'm Collar Watson, Chair of the Commission. Today's date is Tuesday, December 16, 2025, and the time is 9:37. Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Freitas?
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini by Zoom? I saw you. Commissioner Kalepa?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua?
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua?
Aye.
Commissioner Marthil? Commissioner Namu is excused. Commissioner Ornelas is excused. Chair Watson?
Here.
7 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, we will begin this morning with public testimony, followed by item C4, then the J agenda. The Commission will recess for lunch and contested case hearings at 12 noon, and the Commission will recess again at 2 p.m. to conduct contested case hearings. We hope to reconvene at 3:30 p.m. to continue with the remainder of the J agenda. Okay, we'll start with the public testimony on agendized item, which is just one. Tammy Chung, item D regarding successorship.
Speak into the mic.
Aloha.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, please have a seat. Then please speak, give your name, but speak into the mic.
I'm Tammy Chung.
Thank you.
I am speaking on behalf of my husband, George Chung Jr. This is regarding the succession of his late father, his Hawaiian homestead property in Princess Kahanu Estate, lot number 159. My father-in-law, George Chung Sr., lease number 8450, passed away in February 2022. At the time of his passing, paperwork listed his daughter as the designated successor. Unfortunately, she passed away in November 2023 before ever assuming the loan or taking any action to succeed the property, and no alternate successor was named. As a result, the property entered public notice, and multiple family members came forward to claim succession. When the succession process began in January 2024, we were clearly informed, and it was heavily emphasized to us by our DHL worker, Karen Lucero, that financial capability to assume the mortgage loan is a required condition for succession. We proceeded in good faith with the understanding that this requirement would be evaluated before any succession structure, including joint succession, was presented. However, in October of this year, nearly 2 years into the process, we were asked to sign joint succession paperwork without the proper financial review of all parties. We are now being asked to enter into a joint mortgage loan with an individual who is unemployed and has not contributed financially or showed stewardship of the home at any point during this entire 2 years period since this case has been open. That is not a disagreement, that is a fact. Entering into joint succession under these circumstances places our family at financial and legal risk and directly contradicts the guidance we were outset of this process, or that were given before this process started. Joint succession only works when all parties are equally capable of carrying this responsibility. That is not the situation here, and proceeding in this manner threatens the long-term stability of the homestead and undermines the principles of DHL's stewardship. We are also initially advised that this process would have taken approximately 6 months to a year. We are now at the 2-year marker with changing information, delayed decisions, and increasing uncertainty, which has been extremely difficult for our family. For the record, I have submitted a detailed written letter of the full history of this home, including my husband's longstanding financial contribution and stewardship dating back to 1995. This is not something that he did just recently. This is back in 1995, as well as how the succession designated changed during this process. I also included further information of the other successor that I prefer not to mention publicly to respect that person and share any information. But this is why I recommend and respectfully ask that you guys read that letter so that you guys can gain full context of our situation. Given all of this, we are formally requesting that our file be reviewed by Juan Garcia, the loan advisor, to conduct the required financial review so the succession may be correctly and in full alignment with DHL guidelines. In closing, we're not asking for an exception. What we are asking for is transparency in the rules to be applied as what was explained at the very beginning. George Chung Jr., my husband, is capable and has demonstrated long-term stewardship during this time and backdated to 1995. And he is fully prepared to assume full responsibility for this homestead. For these reasons, we respectfully request sole succession. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Why don't you come up, Juan?
I'm hesitant to reply with regards to, but we will,
Identify yourself.
yeah, I'm sorry. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. I apologize, first of all, to the Ohana for going through what you all did. I would need to look at the record to respond to some of the concerns Mrs. Chung has. But my understanding is there are two successors to the lease. With respect to successorship of a lease, there is no requirement for financial qualification to assume the lease. The only qualification for someone to succeed or to qualify as a successor is the relationship as well as the necessary blood quantum. But I will work with the family to try to see what, if any, resolutions can be provided in this case.
Then bring that, hopefully, resolution suggestion to the commission for consideration.
Yes, I'm open to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, we have some people that have signed up to testify now, or at the time we take up the item C4. So, it's your choice, but if you testify now, then you won't be able to testify again in order to allow the people that haven't testified. We do have a full agenda today, so we'd like to follow the guidelines so that respectfully everybody can get a chance to testify. So the first one is Daniel De Lima that's going to testify on C4. Would you like to testify now or when that item comes up? Okay, that's fine.
Aloha and mahalo, Chair, for allowing me to be here and share my testimony with everyone. My name is Danielle De Lima, and I'm a board member of Kaupe'a. I want to begin by acknowledging the people in this room, many who I love and respect, even when we disagree. I also want to honor those who have been longstanding community advocates. This work is often thankless, and not many are willing to step forward to protect beneficiary rights and advance community initiatives. That said, I'm here with a deep sense of sadness. I'm concerned of how some community advocates are personally attacked by other advocates and by the board's failure to adequately regulate this behavior. We must ensure a safe space where beneficiaries can speak, disagree, engage in respectful dialogue. It has come to the Kaupe'a's board's attention that our president, Ivalani Leibon McBrayer, has been subjected to character attacks, false allegations, and behavior that, in my view, crosses into bullying and harassment. I've served on the Kaupe'a board for over 3 years, and I've worked closely with Ivalani on multiple initiatives. I've witnessed her integrity, her love for God, her family, her community, and her tireless dedication to serving Kaupe'a. She has invested countless hours of her personal time diligently learning federal and state regulations, understanding processes, and building relationships that benefit this community. There have been false claims made accusing her of receiving, quote, white envelopes, unquote, and implying fraud or financial misconduct. These accusations are baseless and damaging. Disagreement is one thing. Attacking someone's character without evidence is another. If there are claims, then evidence should be presented. Otherwise, these statements cause real harm to individuals, to our board, and to our community. This is not about forcing agreement with the Kaupe'a board or Ivalani. This is about human decency for a woman, a mother, a grandmother, an auntie, a sister, and a community servant. I also challenge this board to improve how meetings are conducted. Robert Rules of Order must be upheld, and whoever is responsible for maintaining order must be willing to act when these rules are broken. We are passionate people. Sometimes emotion overtakes fact, especially when there is a sense of misinformation, exclusion, or fear of injustices occurring. But tearing one another down, especially Hawaiian against Hawaiian, is disheartening and unacceptable. If anyone finds satisfaction in that, it may be time for reflection and healing. For the record, the Kaupe'a Board stands with Ivalani and support the donation of the land in Ewa. Her actions and character speak for themselves. I'll wrap up. Our attention should remain on the department to ensure both innovative and traditional approaches are being pursued to make this happen. Development on and off trust lands have occurred for many years and will continue long after us, with or without our participation. No one is handing Kaupe'a anything. Kaupe'a is actively engaging in these processes, so our community is not forgotten as decisions are made far above us, decisions that will continue to be made whether we are at the table or not. Being at the table ensures our voices are heard, our interests are represented, and our future is considered. In closing, I ask that we reflect and pray on our words and actions, remembering that our words carry the power to bring life or harm. Mahalo to the board for allowing me to testify. I offer aloha, including to those who stand in opposition.
Thank you, Danielle. Those are very wise and really in today's society, we've seen a lot of attacks and beyond just verbal. So it's really a time that we take into consideration what you're suggesting. And thank you for testifying.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the next testifier, Mesana Aldeguer.
Aloha,
Hello.
Chairman Kali and AG Tokule. My name is Maizana Aldegar, and I am a native Hawaiian, as defined by Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, a beneficiary of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust, and a waitlister on Hawaiian Homelands. I am submitting this letter to request a contested case hearing on Agenda 4, C4, approval of a memorandum agreement for the donation and acceptance of Ewa parcel encumbered by a commercial development lease in Ewa, Oahu, TMK number 1918103 and 037. 031 and 037. This item approved constitutes a breach of the Commission fiduciary duties in the management and disposition of the funds and resources of the Hawaiian Homelands Trust. I am seeking this contested case to pursue administration relief to resolve this controversy and address this breach of trust as required by HRS Chapter 673-3. The applicable law and rules over the Commission have jurisdiction that are pertinent to this matter, include but are not limited to violation of the compact as laid in Article 7, Section 2 of the Hawaii State Constitution, Section 202A of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Revised Statutes Chapter 673, the Hawaii Administrative Rule 10-2-16, 10-2-17, 10-2-18, and 10-2-19. I request that I am afforded the opportunity for my due process right to be heard at a meaningful time and in a meaningful manner. Consistent with the Hawaii Supreme Court's decision in Mauna Kea Aina Ho versus Board of Land and Natural Resources, 136 Hawaii 376, 363, P3D 224 in 2015. Therefore, I ask that the Commission take no action on this item or any future item that is substantially similar until the contested case hearing is held. Sincerely, Mizana Aldegar. And I cannot take any questions because my attorney is not present at this time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Shane Pale. Thank you. Okay. I'll keep the record and then make a copy for it.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners, Chair Watson, Commissioners.
Hello.
My name is Shane Pale. I'm here again today to voice my strong support for the MOA and Agenda Item C4, especially as we move toward a decision. At its core, the project does something that is aligned with every very purpose of Hawaiian Homes. It expands DHHL's land base and creates an ongoing revenue to support housing, infrastructure, and community needs. This is not DHL giving up land. This is land being returned to DHL, 22 acres with plans and a clear economic pathway forward. We all know the reality. The nearly 29,000 beneficiaries on the wait list and an estimated $6 billion needed to house everyone, the legislature has made very clear that DHL cannot rely on appropriations alone. Economic development is not a threat to the mission. It's really part of fulfilling it. I also want to address the climate surrounding this project, particularly the personal attacks directed at developer Patty Ann Tenkayo. I have known Patty for many years. She is a Native Hawaiian beneficiary, a Native Hawaiian woman, and a developer with over 30 years of experience in affordable housing. Her record speaks for itself, more than 1,000 affordable homes built across Hawaii. She is not new to this work, and she's not unqualified. What stands out to me is that this project is not extractive. In a development world that often takes from Hawaiian lands, this project returns lands to the trust. This is not typical behavior. That is the mindset of a beneficiary who understands kuleana. Unfortunately, what we have seen is no longer principled disagreement. I witnessed Patty being filmed from very close range, mocked and deliberately demeaned during a public meeting. That behavior is abusive and intended to intimidate. And we should be very clear that it is not acceptable in any space, especially one that is meant to serve our community. The rhetoric around the project reveals a familiar pattern: misogyny directed at a Native Hawaiian woman in leadership, where scrutiny becomes personal and credibility is questioned in ways that it is rarely done for men. I also want to note the contradiction we're seeing. Some of the loudest opponents of this project, which will generate income for DHHL homestead communities, have also actively opposed funding for Hawaiian homes at the legislature. They went to the legislature and told the legislature, and the state of Hawaii has a history of underfunding DHHL, not to fund DHHL. If we block funding and we block economic development, then we are blocking solutions and the wait list remains. The Commission has an opportunity today to support a project that is Native Hawaiian-led, legally sound, economically responsible, and culturally grounded. I respectfully urge you to focus on the facts, the process, and the long-term benefit to beneficiaries and to move the project forward. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Next testifier, Demont Maneole.
Aloha mai kākou, Demont Kalai Manaole, co-manager Ho'omanapono LLC, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation out of Hawaiian Coast. And again, I can continue to support this project because if you look at the project itself, one, there's a Manawahine behind it who is decided to get into the realm of development. There is no Manawahines involved in development in Hawaii, especially somebody who's from Native Hawaiian homestead, right? So she breaking the granite ceiling on that. It's a win for her. It's also a win for other women to be able to emulate that and see what she's doing will be able to open the doors for other women to get into this realm of development for Native Hawaiian women. I think that's a win for our Manawahines. This is a win for the department because you're acquiring new lands to be added into the trust, right? So our trust is expanding. It's a win for the department. It's a win for the commission when you approve this because you're saying we want to expand the trust. And then it's a win for us, the trust beneficiaries, because we're acquiring new lands that can be profitable for us going forward. Now, 65 years from now, I'm not going to be here. All of us not going to be here. Most of us not going to be here, right? But it is who coming after us that are going to benefit from this. Those of us who coming after us can benefit from this. So we would be the kupuna setting the pace for them when they come. So we are here to stand guard for them. The other thing is that the attacks on Ivalani, the personal naming and slandering of my good friend Ivalani. I did time with her brother. I know this family, and the family gets solid roots in our Lahui. And for people to attack her like that, I don't like that. So I stand here in support of Ivalani. Ivalani took over after Michelle Kahane left that position. She was here fighting for people months after months after months in the last several years. The very first time Ivalani even spoke before a crowd was when I brought her with me to the state capitol. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to say. She was nervous. But I told her, come, Tita, come up on the table with me and speak your truth. And she was able to do that before the state legislature. And since that time, I've been proud of her being empowered to speak for herself. This is the person who she is. She been here fighting for us when the haters was not. I thank you for this opportunity. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Princess Lehua Nani.
I come up because I don't like face my back to the kupuna.
Can you use the microphone, please, Princess?
Aloha. Aloha to all of you. It's good to be back again, even if it's the end of the year. But I needed to come up. I needed to speak for Ivalani. It is heartbreaking to me because I've been through the hate crimes. I've been talked bad about. I've been put down, Achi. I've been put down. So I know the feeling of being attacked. I left Maui to come here 10 years ago. And I'm here because 10 years ago when I came to Maui, me and Ivalani entered into a special program that OHA had provided for us to be excellent manavahini in business. We both graduated, there was 20 of us. And to hear this bashing against her, today, this morning, there was no special speech, but just now from my na'au of knowing what is happening to this woman. If you guys followed her 10 years ago, when we both graduated, with 20 Hawaiians, with OHA, we all moved and advanced. I'm so proud of what she did. If you guys been to the CHNA, she's up there. You guys been to the shop? She's up there. Today, she's here. Please, I ask you guys, take this into consideration. Now we, as heirs, gotta come up and speak up and protect our own. Because of this is division is happening. This is a division that has brought upon us as Kukanaka Mo'oles. I'm not Native Hawaiian. I Kukanaka Mo'ole. You guys seen Chief of War? I'm a chiefess. Hi, Chief of Maui. My great-grandmama, Queen Keopuolani. I rise in her honor. Because why? You guys all sit here because of who? Him. Him. He is your guys' kupuna. That is why we're here. I've been here 10 years because when I was Maui, you know what they told me? Princess, we cannot do nothing. You gotta go Maui and go deal with. Oahu. I moved to Oahu. Chair, you're the fifth chair that I'm dealing with since I moved here. Can you imagine that? You guys all brand new. 4 times over. Now there's gotta be something, yeah? And I'm still on the list until I give my talk. Then you guys gonna know the blessings. I waited 10 years. So I get on the agenda. I look forward to give you guys that. But please, protect Ivalani. Do whatever you guys can do. Because why? We will. We will protect for what you're doing and what you have done for now, for all of us. Mahalo ke akua, maruru malama pono. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Kavika Kane.
Aloha.
Hello.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Kavika Kane, President of the Malu'ohai Homestead. Auntie Home has been Auntie Shirley for a long time. I was the first president when we first opened in 2001, and now back to serve our community. For C4, I just wanted to share on the MOU to consider the Kapolei Development Corporation as part of that MOU. The relationship with the department, with the DeBartolo and Kamakana was established, and we want to continue to establish that relationship with the department. And moving forward, the unity of our homesteads in this moku, I think is important with Kanahili and Kaupe'a and Malu'ohai and Kaulu'okahai to keep that unity there, and also with KCDC. So I just want to ask the commissioners to be mindful of any MOU moving forward, including this MOU with the Everland donation. And yeah, thank you. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Kapua Kilikoa. Kapua, can you unmute? There you go. No. You got to unmute, Kapua. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Mahalo.
Oh,
First, I want to address the project, C4. You know, I like innovation. I think innovation is what we need. I'm just want to make sure that we're doing it the right way, that we're opening doors to which we welcome future activities to include other developers, other people, something like an RFP process. Of course, if a developer is like Patty and intuitive enough that takes the initiative to go and find these opportunities, my ka'iloa for her and for us. I'm concerned that we want to make sure that these type of opportunities are for everyone. Because once we open this door, other developers will be looking forward. And I want to make sure that we're giving them all equal opportunity, the proper way to do it. Regarding the comments of the tax, when is it an attack? When someone has a concern. So are we not to be concerned, whether it be about an individual or over an organization or even an item? I don't know why when we're talking Hawaiians, we have to use such derogatory terms. We have concerns. We want to make sure that everyone is equal. And again, I'll address the concern with Ivalani. I heard people that I know that have questioned and had wondered, when was the last time? When was it? Their board members spoke about bylaws and enacting bylaws and making sure that we follow them. I wasn't in the meeting at the time of the incident, but I could hear it. I could see it on the Zoom. What is that? So I support new projects, of course, bringing our people home, keeping our people home, getting our people off the wait list, enabling just what we need to do to help the Kanaka. So I think we need to get away from using such derogatory attacks, accusations, conflicts. We're going to have disagreements. And if we cannot share our disagreement, it does not serve the beneficiary, especially to help the commissioners. I want to thank you for this time. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to agenda item C4, and I'm going to turn over to Sonoy to handle this particular item, and I'm going to recuse myself. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Aloha. Russell Kaupu with the Office of the Chair. I'm here on item C4, which is the submittal for the approval of the proffered memorandum of agreement for the project that all these folks have been testifying about. I'll start by going through the submittal and some of the history. If you go back at a prior meeting, the commission approved the process and receiving a donation subject to a lease. So that's in prior action taken by the commission. At December 2024 and January 2025 meetings, the commission approved the negotiation of an MOA for this particular donation. At an August meeting, the commissioner was presented with a draft memorandum of agreement for consideration. At the time, there were some concerns raised by testifiers. There were concerns raised by commissioners regarding wanting additional information about the transaction, wanting additional information about the environmental status of the property that was the subject of the transaction. So yesterday, I presented the workshop to explain the transaction to you folks. I'm open if you have any further questions on the transaction itself or the parties involved. And then we also had the presentation by the environmental consultant for the developer or for the donor entity that shared with you the results of their phase 1 environmental report and investigation. So we've now addressed those issues. Also, at the time of making that presentation in August, I mentioned that per discussions with our Attorney General, we were going to add language in the document to require EIS compliance by the party that was making the donation. That is not at the department's expense. Attached to the submittal is the form of MOA that we are seeking approval for today. It's a red line copy because it's showing you what was previously submitted and then changes that have been made since that time. If you go to paragraph number 7 of the MOA, that's the language from the Attorney General's office regarding the EIS compliance and making sure that that is the obligation of the donor party, the developer party, not of the department, although, as I mentioned yesterday, the department will sit in review of that process. So you have to see me and some other people at least one more time. So that brings us to the beneficiary consultation that was held in October. I discussed that yesterday. It was a contentious proceeding. There was people who were very concerned on both sides, both in favor and against the project and the donation, and that got heated, and then it calmed down, and we concluded the session. There's been some testimony about my failure to control that crowd. I'll just say that we were able to use our consultant in that matter, who was convening the BC and was the moderator for that evening, Cedric and the Kalaimoku group, and it was their actions that kind of calmed down the crowd and let us finish that session. So thank you to Cedric and thank you to our consultant for being there to do that. I understand people are emotional and get excited. I'm used to the personal attacks at this time. You have to be a little bit thick-skinned about it because people, for good reason, have differing opinions, and how they choose to voice and work out those differing opinions and to share those differing opinions may not be what we all agree with, but it's a process, and it's something that they're entitled to their opinion. They're entitled to share it as a beneficiary, and we are obligated as a department, as the commission, to hear that opposition and that voice. During that beneficiary consultation, a number of comments were raised, substantive comments toward the memorandum of agreement. And in response to those comments, I have made further revisions to the memorandum, and those are also reflected in the red lines that you've seen. I won't go through each and every one of them because some of them are just cleanup in nature. There was a few typos and things that I had missed that I took the opportunity to clean up. But the big one, from my perspective, was there was concern raised about the process and the transparency of the transaction. The previous MOA described that the lease that was going to be entered into between the donor party and its subsidiary that it controlled, the developer, if you will, that agreement was going to be that lease was going to have the standard Hawaiian Homes lease provisions in it, so that when we stepped into the lease, it was a document with provisions that we were fully familiar with and could work with. It used to be set forth in the memorandum of agreement that the lease would have those provisions, and we were going to leave it to myself and the attorney generals that are helping on this matter to negotiate and put that lease together with the developer. There was a sense that people wanted to see the actual lease document. They felt it wasn't transparent to just say you're going to do something, but you needed to produce something and show it to us. So attached to the memorandum of agreement, we now have documented the form of lease. That is attachment Exhibit 1 to the MOA. This form of lease is the Hawaiian Homes form of lease. It has all of the legal provisions, what they call boilerplate, everything surrounding the substantive business points of the lease, are the DHHL State of Hawaii format for a general lease. Again, I'm not going to go through specific provisions unless you have a question about that, but we've addressed this comment about transparency by actually putting the lease together. And this is the form of lease that, per the MOA, will be substantially the form that we will follow to put this into place. There will be additional changes that may come from the Attorney General's office. That's a common practice. We provided for that in the MOA and in the submittal, that we would approve this MOA with such
further revisions as may come from our Attorney General's office. Last point on the lease, the draft lease, if you look at paragraph 1, that's where the rent is set forth. Article 3, paragraph 1, that is our base rental, and you'll see that it's calculated as 8% of the fair market value based upon the purchase price. So as I mentioned yesterday, it starts at $482,000 per annum, which is roughly $40,000 and change per month. Lease rent is paid monthly. If you go forward in that section, Article 3 is the participation rent. Once the developer has hit a internal rate of return for its investors, as I mentioned yesterday, that's a requirement to get investors to come to the project. Then we will share in 50% of the net cash available for distribution. I also mentioned yesterday that there is community benefits package in place. The developer has negotiated that directly with the homestead associations. The way that it's reflected in these documents is a 5-mile radius to be drawn from the subject property. The associations that are within that 5-mile radius will receive a portion of this base rent amount. And right now, the payment is scheduled to come to Hawaiian Homes, and then Hawaiian Homes pays over that portion to those associations. Commissioner Kalepa asked if the lease can specifically state who those associations are, so we will make that change. The associations will include all of the Kapolei associations, and it will prospectively include the Eva Beach Association once that community, once the Homestead Association is up and running. It may include other homestead associations if we are as fortunate to do additional housing within the 5-mile radius. You take the amount that's set forth in the lease for community benefits, and you split it into equal parts for those associations. I wanted to recognize the testimony from the gentleman this morning that advocated for the community benefits to run through Kapolei Community Development Corporation. That is not the kuleana of the department. We would not be adverse to that, but we are in a position where by policy, the department has advocated and required community benefits packages to be negotiated and paid by developers who are presenting to the department, but we do not get involved in the negotiation of who that gets paid to and what gets paid over, or in what form that gets paid over. That is a form of sovereignty for the community associations, for the homestead associations, and so we've honored that by not sticking our nose into that process. We do, however, monitor that it's getting done, and once their agreement is struck, then we are in the place of monitoring to make sure it gets done. And if for some reason it's not being recognized by the developer party, then we will talk to them about that. So to address the testimony, we would not be adverse to KCDC, but really that's not our place to recommend that or to advocate for either side on that. That's the extent of the documentation. Again, I'm open to questions about the process, about the property, the transaction, or the specific documentation. But the request is that you approve this MOA and allow us to move forward with the donor party on this transaction. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Kalekini. Can I hear?
You're on mute, Commissioner.
Sorry, we can't hear you. One second.
How about now?
Okay, perfect.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, so Chair, my thought is for discussion, I'd like to move to approve item C.
Sorry, can you say that again?
To continue discussion, I'd like to move to approve item C.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to move.
I'll
Can I get a
second.
Okay. I'd like,
For discussion.
okay. Can I start while it's fresh on my mind?
Hikino.
Thank you. So, Russell, thank you. Um, I really appreciate that you and rest of staff that have helped to address all of the concerns that was previously brought up. You know, the environmental, making sure that the cleanup is not on us, the HHL is not with any liability in that aspect. And so I understand base rent, participation rent at 50% once developers return on the investment is met. And my understanding from yesterday is that the opportunity is somewhere between 50 and 70 million over the term of the lease, which I think is, you know, it's great. But I want to talk about community benefits. So thank you for identifying the issues within the 5 mile radius. And my understanding is that 1/3 of the base rents will be the community benefits for these associations. So I think that comes out to roughly almost 160,000, yeah, for all of these associations. What I wanted to share with everyone is that there's a similar type of community benefits arrangement on Hawaii Island, where the benefits go to the department and then it gets dispersed to the different associations. And we've been going back and forth for many years, as long as I've been on the commission, in fact, where this has posed challenges with the department and with the association. And my thoughts are that we should consider these benefits going directly to the associations. Now, if the associations, specific associations, would like to, you know, get those community benefits to a different entity, that's up to them. But I think that if you take the department out of this awarding of the benefits, it's less headaches for staff, for the department, and for the association. And this is based on experiences here at East Hawaii.
Okay,
So, Chair, those are my thoughts with regards. I'd suggest that we amend that part of the community benefits package to just remove the department from the community benefits and going directly to the associations.
so if I may, I think how, and the department doesn't have a position on paying directly. That makes sense for the reasons Commissioner has mentioned. To reflect it in the lease document, I would take the amount that's going to be set aside for community benefits and take it out of the base rent number, because it's not being paid over to us. So the base rent will be the remainder of that. So 8% of fair market value is the base number. From that, a portion goes to community benefits, and the remainder is what is called base rent under our agreement. And that's the portion that escalates by 5% by 10% every 5 years. I would take out the portion that is going to be dedicated for community benefits and add that provision in the lease itself saying that the developer, the donor party will make a transfer of the community benefits amount directly to the homestead associations, like I mentioned, and that it will be in that set amount. I think that would be the proper way to document it. And then that would allow us, because the obligation is in the lease itself, although we're not in the middle of making those transfers of money, we still have a contractual obligation on the part of the donor party that we could enforce if for some reason they started falling behind on that obligation. So that's how, Commissioner, that's how I would revise the lease, and I think that's very workable for, at least for the department.
Okay, yeah, I support that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mahalo.
thank you, Chair.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Now I'll open it up to public testimony, and just a reminder that we have a few testimonies that are happening today, and so if you can stay within your time limit, please. First testifier is Auntie Homelani Shadell.
Aloha, Chair Watson and members of the Commission. Commissioner Marfil, I apologize to saying no to your request to do the pulley this morning. I appreciate that Nani did the oli for us this morning. Appropriate. Before I start my testimony, I think it's really important that all who are here, all who are listening, those who come, doesn't matter what item is on the agenda. We are not always going to agree. But I commend all of those who come forward, especially when they come into Halipono'i. For those of you who were not here in 2008 when this building was dedicated, the name that is outside of this building is Halipono'i. The design of this building was intentional to remind us of our past and our kupunas. And the name was intentional to remind us when you enter these doors that we are respectful, and all business conducted here in this space is respectful of each other and of all who is present, even those who are not with us. And so when Kamana'o Mills named Halipono'i, it was intentional. This morning, it's so hard hearing all the hakaka. It's heavy on my heart. Yesterday I chose not to testify, After almost a year, I felt I had said everything I wanted to, and more importantly, needed to say. Today, as we approach the finish line on this project, I want to share my mana'o. When Russell proposed this project a year ago today, I was very concerned about 4 things. 1, acquisition and lease. KDL purchased the property or the parcels from the Roman Catholic Church. Transfer of that title document will be either a deed or a TCT, Transfer Certificate of Title. 2, donations with lease in place. Donation, KDL to DHHL. Transfer of document, none. It's referenced in the MOA. Lease, KDL as lessor, leases land to affiliate, KHL, lessee. Document, development, ground lease. Lease rent assessment, minimum lease rents. But this morning I heard, and previously it was noted as 6% of appraisal value, but this morning it's 8% of fair market value, which is what I have been trying to advocate for our beneficiaries. Fair market value. Community benefit package. Developers would be required to collaborate with impacted homestead communities to provide benefits. Unfortunately, the developer has not collaborated with Malu'ahai or with KCDC.
Auntie, can you finish up your
Yes,
testimony?
I will wrap up.
Mahalo.
I'm not clear about what you mean and what your intentions are, but I would ask, and the president of our association, Homestead Association, I believe, was advocating for the inclusivity of KCDC in this community benefit. Not for KCDC necessarily to receive the funds directly from the developer. So I want that to be clarified. It's to include KCDC, who, by the way, serves and will continue to serve the beneficiaries in our ahupua'a. Combined, Malu'ahai, Kaupe'a, Kanihili, and Ka'ulo Kaha'i, and KCDC. To respect what our kupunas always taught us. One get, all get. One no more, all no more.
Mahalo, Auntie.
And so I leave you with this. Well, my heart is heavy. I hope those who have listened to my voice this morning will come into this room and will speak with respect, irregardless of who is sitting at this table. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Next public testimony is Evelyn McBrayer.
Mahalo, Commissioners, for letting me testify today regarding C4. Evelyn McBair, Kaupea President. Next to me is Uncle Lono, who's also one of the remaining. He was one of the previous first kapunas when we started Kaupea in 2010. I'd just like to go ahead and to share my testimony. Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and Honorable Commissioners. Mahalo for the opportunity to submit testimony in strong support of Agenda Item C4, approving the memorandum of agreement for the donation and acceptance of the EVA parcels encumbered by a commercial development lease. I submit this testimony in my capacity as president of the Kaupea Homestead Association and as a longstanding advocate for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, waitlisters, and future generations who rely on the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to exercise prudent stewardship of trust assets. Alignment with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. This proposed memorandum of agreement represents a strategic and responsible action that is consistent with the fiduciary duties of the Commission under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. The acceptance of this parcel, even while encumbered, preserves long-term value of the trust, creates future opportunities for revenue generation, and prevents the permanent loss of land that could otherwise never return to DHHL stewardship. Rejecting such donations solely due to existing encumbrance would unnecessarily limit DHHL's ability to recover lands for Native Hawaiian benefit, particularly in a high-value areas such as EVA. Regarding beneficiary and community benefits, this agreement supports DHHL's broader objective, which is to expand its land inventory of the benefit of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and strengthen long-term economic sustainability of the trust. Also, to create pathways for future housing, infrastructure, and revenue that directly benefit homesteads communities statewide. The acceptance of donated parcels paired with appropriate oversight of existing leases demonstrate forward-thinking leadership that balances immediate realities with long-term benefit. As homestead leaders, we recognize the importance of transparency, compliance, and community engagement with the Department of Hawaiian Homeland's actions. Supporting this memorandum of agreement does not diminish these responsibilities. Rather, it enforces need for clear governance, proper oversight, and open communication as this agreement moves forward. I trust that the Department and the Commission will continue to uphold these principles while ensuring that all actions taken remain in the best interest of beneficiaries and the Hawaiian Homelands Trust. In closing, for this reason, I respectfully urge the Hawaiian Homes Commission to approve Agenda Item C4 and move forward with the Memorandum of Agreement for the donation and acceptance of the EVA parcel. Mahalo for your community, for your continued commitment to this Sahui. Respectfully, Ivalani Lebon McBrayer. I am going to take Uncle's 3 minutes that he's given to me. I also want to address what was said yesterday. If you give me a moment, I will. And regarding some statements that was made to me, and I think I need to be clear because as the president of Kaupea, it is within my jurisdiction and authority of my self-governance to make decisions based on a collaborative effort with my board and community. I submit this letter officially record to clarify and correct statements made yesterday at the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting regarding my role and actions as president of the Kaupea Homestead Association. Certain statements made by Kaupea Homestead Aniaya and Jermaine Taguchi were inaccurate. For the record, I have been an active member of Kaupea Homestead Association since its establishment in 2010 with Uncle Lona. I remain the only standing original board member. I previously served as Kaupea's secretary. In 2017, then President Michelle Kahane transitioned from Council of Native Hawaiians to Hawaii Community Foundation. From 2017 to 2021, the association did not hold board meetings. In 2021, I took steps to reestablish board operation in the interest of continuity and community representation. On August 19, 2021, with the assistance of Michelle Kahane, a new board was formed, including Daniel Luke and Patricia Wailai. At that time, the association bylaws were reviewed and clarified to reflect eligibility, requiring for a board as follows: a leasee or a spouse, child, or grandchild of a leasee residing in Kaupea. So those accusations against me were false. These provisions are documented in the January 11, 2022 board meeting minutes. Statements made during the meeting included personal assertions regarding my conduct and qualifications. The Kaupea Homestead Association maintains governing documents and meeting records, which are available upon request. No prior request or records was made before the public statements occurred. With respect to references made about my availability in 2024 about board meetings, I take it personal. I know for the record, for those naysayers that question in 2024, I underwent medical treatment and surgery from April 2024 to November 2024. And this year, thanks to the Lord, I'm cleared from all of those hard elements and a clean bill of health. During this period, I continue to participate in association matters to the extent possible with the support of my board, my family, and community. Regarding this Evo donation, the October Senate Beneficiary Council also stated that I made charged remarks toward a non-beneficiary attendee. This characterization is incorrect. I asked the individual to remain from speaking because beneficiary consultation, let us be clear, are intended for beneficiaries of the DHHL Trust Administration. Participation only. This statement was procedure in nature and was not based on race, for the record. Finally, it is stated in Kaupea's Homestead is a 501(c) organization. This is incorrect. The association has never filed or operated as a 501(c). We are a direct benefit of our trust administration that carries on the community benefits agreement directly to Code of Federal Regulations of Homestead Associations that identify as beneficiaries. I respectfully request that these clarifications be entered to the record to ensure accuracy and completeness. Respectfully submitted, Ivalani Leban McBurr, Kaupea Homestead. Also on the record, Chair, I ask that since 2021, for 4 years, I have asked the department that I wanted an elected process, which means I would need the proxies from the planning department to cooperate with me. I have never got that from the department. I've been trying to make a democratic process of an election with no help. Connie Healy, president, has a list of all of his residents in his home. I get a blank addresses with no names. How am I supposed to do my self-governance and apply an election process to be democratically recognized? But I ask today, Chair, if you could have someone assigned to me. My board and I look forward to an election process of a board that can be done the way that I was taught. So I need that cooperation by my trust. So I thank you for that, and I look forward to someone getting back to me. Mahalo and God bless.
Mahalo, Ivalani. Next.
Thank you, Ivalani. Ivalani is such a special person. When I met her in our area, and she's always talking with us, the communities, and it makes a difference on all of us that we live in a homestead. And we love her also. She's a very good person. She's always positive and no negatives. That's what we gotta do. We gotta support each other. Maintain we're happy and our families are happy.
Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Mahalo. Next speaker, Myra Kanahele. Go ahead.
Aloha me katito ohana.
Aloha.
O wauno o Maya Ann Kaikiri Kanahele mai nihau. A te walau ni na C4. Hale o tuta ohana. Na ta ai ana mia matu walau ana to matu hana. Excuse me for my English, but I am from Niihau, and I'm here to support progress and I support the ideas and solution of infrastructure and how I'm seeing that our ohana, in the lack of those that um, my testimony is that my father passed away 2 years ago, and as we moved to Kauai from Niihau, I had to take care of him because of his health. And he talked to me about our Hawaiian home, and he was on the list. And to just see the ohana just suffering from their own land, you know, it's it's just sad to see everything happening the way it is today. But I thank God my grandma always taught us that to always love those who persecute you. And one of her wise words to us as Kamali was to one of the scripture reading that she gave to us and stood with us was Pomaitei te poi alohaku. No kamea e aloha ia mei lako. And just supporting Anake Patty. She's been such a blessing to our ohana, and just seeing her love and her being so selfless in reaching out to those that she don't know. To kotua. Kotua means to help. And it's not about us. It has nothing to do with us. And whatever people is coming against each other, it's all to do with our ohana, our people. And at the end of the day, we all ohana. And we need to step forward to get our ohana on the aina, which is the land. If not, the land is going to be in the hands of those that will only help themselves and enjoy it while people are actually dying. So we need more people that will see our ohana do this and go to them and be selfless as she is, and not all about themselves. Just witnessing her heart to do something that nobody actually is trying to do, which we see that the wait list needs to be dealt with, or death will take part, and it will increase even more if we don't hear their voices. But I just want to mahalo her for just being a voice to the voiceless. And we gotta break those grounds so that our ohana can come on and live on there, because we see so many things that's been built and nobody is questioning about it. It's continually passing over, and we have to see the vision and meet it, so then our land can be healed. Just like us today, the land recovers when we all work together as ohana. And if you say you ohana, that is what ohana means. Mahalo nui. Yautua polo. Mahalo.
So at this time, I do not see any more testimony, and so, Leah, can we call for the vote, please?
Commissioner
Chair,
Fernandez.
can I just confirm that the motion was to approve the MOA, but we've had Commissioner Kalekini's request to, as I characterized, to revise the rent and have the community benefits in the lease itself.
Correct.
And then Commissioner Kalepa had mentioned yesterday, specifically noting those associations that are receiving. So I guess the amended request is for approval of the MOA with those changes made, and then with other changes that may come from our Attorney General.
Duly noted.
Mahalo.
Chair.
Go ahead, Khalid. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, one additional comment before we move on. I want to follow up on what one of the testifiers yesterday mentioned. I think it was Uncle Pat from Kelkaha, and also with Commissioner Freitas, and for you, Chair Marfield, and to pass on to Chair Kali Watson, that, you know, this process that we're engaged in, we need to consider using this ability with our beneficiaries also. You know, in terms of, you know, we have the ability for the permitting to do this project. So if there's beneficiaries that have ideas where our process and the permitting can benefit them, we need to consider that too. Just a comment.
Mahalo for your comment. So can I get a motion to amend agenda item C4 as described at the table by Russell Cole?
So moved. Second.
Mahalo. So, yeah. So going back to agenda item C4, it's been, you did not. You did not. So we have the motion, we seconded. Can we call roll call and take the vote, please?
On the amendment.
Yes. On the amendment.
On the amendment. Okay, Commissioner Freitas?
Yes.
Commissioner Kalekini? Commissioner Freitas?
Yes.
Commissioner Kalekini by Zoom?
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua?
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua?
Aye.
Commissioner, Chair Pro Tem Marfil?
Aye.
6 ayes, the motion is carried. Action on main motion as amended.
And now we are going to, and now we're going to vote on the main action as amended.
Commissioner Freitas?
Yes.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa?
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua?
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua?
Aye.
And Chair Pro Tem Marfil?
Aye.
6 ayes, the motion carries.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Russell, good work. Thank you for representing the department. Thanks for all the beneficiary consultation and everything that you've done on behalf.
Mahalo, Commissioner. Thank you.
I'd like to,
Yeah, hold on.
I'd like to comment on that as well. You know, when I'm looking at the process, and I want to also commend you for your work. When I look at, there is 2,892 postcards that were sent out regarding this. And then when I look at how many people actually attended, was 19. So I know the department is doing their part to inform our beneficiaries to be present so that there's not any misleading or any past judgment on the department doing something that is incorrect. So I want to commend you, Russell, for taking on this hard work and doing a thorough job. So thank you very much.
Mahalo, Commissioner, and for the beneficiary consultation, it's really the planning office that takes the lead on that. So mahalo to Lily, Makaila, and her folks for that. But mahalo.
Okay, we're going to move into the J agenda. Again, you know, I'm looking at, I mean, we got a lot of people on the J agenda. So again, to accommodate, so everybody gets a chance to testify, if you can stay with your allotted time, max 10 minutes. And then, you know, your obvious cooperation not only is a reflection of your respect for everybody else, but also the commission would also appreciate that. So we'll start with the J agenda now. For the first group, you know, there's 7 different people. Do you guys all want to come up one time, or Would that work with you guys, or you want a spokesperson, or however you guys want to do it? And it's Ke Kaiola, Aloha Keahi, Paele, Keakuna, Kapali Keahi, Konen, Kama, Marianne, Lukela, Lani Kane, Keawe, Keahi Kane, Leali'i Master Planning for vacant lots.
Only us two folks. We asked a lot of people to stay home today just because we needed more clarification on what we're looking at in terms of Leali'i, the build out and the options we have. We got to speak to Kalani for a while outside before coming in, and so a lot of the things that we were going to ask or say was kind of answered by him. Coming out of Lahaina, ever since the fire, when we review planning things for us, and not just for us Kanaka, but also our community in general, 88% of our people that live in Lahaina are renters. We don't own our homes in Lahaina. And so for Hawaiian Homes, giving an opportunity to get our people, our Hawaiian people on the land helps change the whole dynamics in our town. So for us, we don't only look at ourselves as Hawaiian, but we also look at our community. We love our community too, so this also helps us. The one thing we want to make sure is that if we do get the land, we can afford to get on that land. Yeah, and I think the communication or miscommunication between us and maybe the department was that was going to be all turnkey. And so that was settled. At least we know now that we're going to have homeowner or maybe even self-help. The options is there. That would change the whole game. I was talking to a client earlier. I was like, okay, so based on the people I was able to talk to at the first award proceedings on Maui, almost every single person I talked to said they wanted homeowner builder, which kind of puts us in a predicament because if the turnkey for phase B is all turnkey, a lot of the people now knowing that Kalaiola going to have empty lots, a lot of them is moving out. They're not going to take the turnkey. So I don't know what's going to happen to those houses if you guys build them out. Might be sitting empty, but almost everybody is going to move into the empty lots. And I understand we don't like the lots sit empty for a while because we've seen that before. Understandable, but everybody get their own reason why they cannot build right away. But we already talked to a client that was willing to help with getting our people ready so that they can get on the lot, whether it's getting ready for the loan or 20% down, whatever it got to be. We're proactive. We don't like stand back and grumble and not do nothing. So
Can you guys identify yourself for the record, so both of you guys?
Keahi.
Kapali Keahi.
Thank you.
I mean, can I just talk too at the same time?
Sure.
We realize that, okay, there is the potential for options, but this first awarding of all the paper leases, like we know a lot of the families very intimately. It's mostly our families. We related to most of them. So we know their situation, and we just reiterate how important it is that the Leali'i master plan does reflect post-disaster realities for us. Because, a lot of people, they lost wages, they lost jobs. We're looking at this as hope for long-term stability for us because, like he said, most of us are renters in Lahaina. So long-term stability as well as, this project should actually reflect all of these years when Hawaiian Homes comes to Lahaina. We actually have planning sessions. Actual planning sessions. And so we just like to see that this plan actually does reflect what we've done to work towards achieving the goal of, getting back on the aina. And we lack the options if turnkey is the only option that is afforded to us. But of course, like Kai had already reiterate, I want to reiterate that we need to make sure that that the options that are already available for other homesteads is also available to us as well.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Let me also add, that Kiola development right above with the basically modular homes is also available for homesteading if the occupiers or tenants are Native Hawaiians coming up the wait list. And so, and you guys, I'm sure, familiar, there's pods of 6 different units. And so, we'd be amenable, and maybe that's where the planning and your guys' input can come into play. That would be ready immediately. And so if you got a large family that can, say, take over one of them pods, it's already there, and maybe tweak it or move it around or whatever. So we can work with DHS to advance a quicker award because it's in play. The Weinberg Foundation is going to help us put up a resource center, kind of centrally located. So there's some good things going on over there. And, there's opportunities, but obviously, we got to rely on you guys that actually live there, and with your particular experience and stuff, that might not only help the Le'ali situation, where we might have a lot more just turnkey finished lots without houses on them, which is the owner-builder approach, which would really reduce the costs for the development, but in the back end, we would help those that want to go that route with financing, as well as, we may kind of look at some developers or contractors that you guys can offer as options to the participants. We're also looking at maybe bringing in some modular that might even expedite the process even more so at maybe a lower cost. So it's pretty wide open and working and getting you guys input, but us, the department, working with you guys.
We do want to work closely.
Okay.
Yeah, with you guys.
Okay.
And hopefully soon. I think that the
and you have Archie over here. That
sure, yeah, Archie
lives
can,
there, so.
Archie ultimately can be included. We have some other people that we want to include in the discussion as well. I mean, you guys are already working with Hawaii Community Lending and stuff like that. So Habitat and stuff like
all
that.
them guys.
Yeah. So
We'll get it done. We just got to figure out which is the best route for the person you're dealing with.
There's another thing also, that because of the fire, a lot of our people being bounced around all over town. Once that housing that they're in, they cannot stay there, FEMA done, they gotta bounce. And so what happening is we're finding out that a lot of our people, the addresses are changing, and they've been missing the letters to get to the award ceremony. So a lot of them never.
I was in that situation. I am in that situation. I'm on a backup list for an award for paper lease too, but my address wasn't updated or whatever. So a lot of people are actually falling in that situation.
Yeah, I would also give you guys a heads up. The FEMA, the Kilohana project, we're trying to grab that one, and HHFTC is a little hesitant, so you guys can kind of get behind us and go after that. The mayor is supportive, so maybe we can grab that one too.
What we offer you guys is that we able for the community, and Commissioner Kalepa, he can for sure tell you guys what we can do. Sure. And for Lahaina, we see ourselves like on island, right? We're from the island of Lahaina because it's so far away from everybody else. But the community is tight, and we close, and we move together real, So the ability to get together is possible, and we can do that. And not just in the planning phase, but even preparing our people for, working their way up to get into the loan process and stuff like that. So we're not just here for sit back and wait for a handout. We're really for work. So as long as we get the opportunity and the options is there, it provides more for our community. And I mean, like I said, this is for Kanakas, but for all people in Lahaina, because we love them all. This is going to benefit all our community in Lahaina. Sure. So that's why 3:30 in the morning I wake up, jump on a plane, get here still dark 30.
That's commitment, man.
We committed to our community for sure. Well, we be committed to whatever, to this Le'ali'i plan as well. So,
okay.
Mahalo for the time.
Yeah,
we'll be in contact.
Thanks both of you for being here, guys. Appreciate it. Commissioner Kalepa.
Yeah, I'd like to say something that, You know, Kai Kapali, I not only talk to you guys all the time, I observe the good work that you do, Kai, in exactly what you're saying. And I think that was one of the reasons when we went after to help us build the community center that I had mentioned to Kalani that hey, maybe Kai can help us with this this project. And you know, for those of you that don't know, the cost to build a home, or even the cost to live on the island of Maui right now, other than Molokai and Lanai, a gallon of milk is already $2 more. And so, not only the struggle for a cost to build a home, but let alone just to live on that island, is felt by everybody on that island. And this fire was a chance for us to work through our problems, our agreements, our disagreements. But what is clear as the smoke settles in our home of Lahaina is that we're working together, supporting one another, and we're moving as one Lahui. And I just want to say thank you guys for all the work that you guys been doing to rebuild our community, our home that we love, Lahaina. So thank you.
So let's say one thing, affordability is also like the main driving goal, whether we're gonna be able to put people on the land or not. And my mind cannot stop working. You know, if we look at a $600,000 mortgage at 6% interest after 30 years, you're looking at a $1.3 million mortgage that you pay after 30 years. So I always see the end goal and what we're gonna be end up paying out. So that's how I see things. Right now in Lahaina, if you find a home that you're gonna rent for $5,000, I'm gonna say you was lucky. Yeah? And so the quality of life changes when you gotta work 2, 3, 4 jobs and you're not seeing your kids or go to the games or whatever. The quality of life gotta be there, so the affordability gotta be there too, so we can be on healthy people. Yeah, so I mean, that's just kind of the picture that we see for our community, you know.
Yeah, let me also say, you know, you guys might want to, part of the decision-making process requires, you know, an understanding of the different options. And one of the options that is really a major tool, especially for those that are 60% AMI and below, and it goes all the way down to 30% AMI, whereby not only the infrastructure but the vertical construction, the house is covered, is the low-income housing tax credit with option to purchase. So kind of check that out because, you know, not only will it be targeting home ownership for people that are in the lower income that would never qualify for a mortgage, a regular mortgage, but more importantly, the rent is set below market. It's set by HUD, and that's for the 15 years. And then not only does the recipient or participant move into the house up front, we've also changed it where we actually give them the homestead lease too. So there's this immediate receipt of the homestead land portion. That participant is still subject to that 15-year compliance with the financing, but basically they're getting a house that at the end of the 15-year period is the net debt remaining, as well as the taxes and conveyance fees. But that has been a very, very excellent way and excellent path to home ownership for the lower income guys. So, you know, you don't necessarily have to do all owner builder, especially if you have this other option. So
Sure.
take a look at that one.
Yeah.
That's a good one too, guys.
As long as there are options.
Yeah, it's another option, okay?
That sounds like a good option too.
Yeah, they both, so,
All right, thank you.
okay.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody coming out of Lahaina. You know, when we went through the stuff, there's a lot of people around the state that help our community, and I cannot say thank you enough to all you people. We love all
Good
you
luck to everybody. Imoa, everybody.
Okay, next witnesses or testifiers is J2, Homalani Shandell, Eileen Camelo, the homestead safety concern.
Aloha, Commissioners. Mahalo for this opportunity on J Agenda. And first, I'm going to ask Eileen Camillo to address the Commission.
Aloha, Chair Kali Watson, and members of the committee. My name is Eileen Lehua Camelo. I'm a leasee at Malu'ohai Homestead since 2001. And the reason why I'm here, and this is the second time, I was here in August, requesting a removal of a tree on Kaiau Street. On August 19th, I was here 4 months ago and came before you requesting the removal of a shower tree that is a safety hazard to myself, my family, and property. I presented you with photos and reasons for the removal and have not heard from anyone. Every rainy, windy, hurricane season that comes upon Hawaii, I fear this tree or its branches will come down crashing on my home. I welcome a replacement tree that will not grow 30 feet tall with aggressive roots that can cause costly damage to the patio that I have and possibly the house foundation. I kindly request your immediate response before personal injury or property damage occurs as a direct result of this 30-feet tree 5 feet from my home. I ask that if someone can contact me, and I'll work with that person. After 4 months, it's an urgency for me. I care for my handicapped husband, and I homeschool my keiki grandchild. And so if this can be addressed and help me, I'm going to be 80 years old in May. Hopefully, this can be resolved so that my children can carry on. Mahalo.
Yeah, let me respond. I think the department has kind of taken a look at some of these trees and kind of trimmed them back, but with respect to that particular tree, I'll have one of the staff people talk with you and see how we can address your concerns. Kehao.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for addressing that. And I do believe that when Eileen came before the Commission, that you went into executive session and came out and basically assured her that the department staff would be looking into it. So that's why she's here this morning. So mahalo for that. I also submitted my name on the list. And so very quickly, I did so intending it to be separate. And with that being said, Raylene Like, who resides in Ka'ulo, Kahai, came to me or asked me to speak with her, and I did so. So in essence, she kahea, and I responded. And this morning I've chosen to give her my time on the J agenda so that she can address her concerns to this commission.
Mahalo, Auntie Homie. Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners.
Hello.
Enforcement Group. My name is Raylene Like. I'm a resident of Ka'ulo'okahai, the Hawaiian Homestead in Kapolei. I respectfully submit this testimony to speak to the legislative intent, the longstanding documented need, and the importance of a retaining wall construction at Ka'ulokaha'i within the capital improvement project funding awarded to DHHL during the 2024 legislative session. For more than 7 years since 2017, residents of Ka'ulokaha'i have taken every responsible and appropriate step available to us. We followed what you asked us to do. We have petitioned, we have knocked on legislators' doors, hand-delivering petitions to every door that opened, including Senator Donovan Dela Cruz, Chair of the WAM, Ways and Means Committee, and Kyle Yamashita on the House side. We have sat patiently in meetings, as you do, with multiple DHHL directors and senior staff, mahalo. We have invited elected officials and agency leadership, including Congressman Ed Case, Senator Favela, Representative Diamond Garcia, and DHHL planning and program staff to physically walk in our backyards to see the conditions firsthand. And they accepted and they showed up. In my own backyard, the issue is a 45-degree slope. In 2017, and again before retiring, Darrell Ng, then a DHHL staff, described this slope as an engineering mistake. That assessment has never been disputed, yet despite the acknowledgement, the condition remains unresolved today. This is not a hypothetical concern. It is a known, documented, and repeatedly validated infrastructure failure that directly affects the safety and security of homestead families. In the 2024 legislative session, this need was formally recognized when House Bill 2543 was introduced. House Bill 2543 explicitly listed Ka'ulokaha'i Hawaiian Homestead Oahu construction of a retaining wall as a capital improvement project. Although the bill itself did not advance, its contents are significant. The legislature clearly identified this retaining wall as a specific, legitimate capital need and worthy of a CIP consideration. Subsequently, the legislature approved $22 million in CIP funding to the Department of Hawaii Homelands. Though the final budget did not list individual projects, I hear this is a common legislative practice when funding a portfolio of known and documented capital needs. House Bill 2543 became part of the legislative record and context during those deliberations while still formalizing the bill, the budget. I want to be clear and responsible in my request. I am not suggesting that House Bill 2543 create any legal mandate. I am simply stating that it establishes a documented legislative intent. As a good community member, I urge you to review both the House Bill 2543 and the CIP funding of $22 million as it relates. I also respectfully ask for a copy of the expense report of the $22 million that was awarded. In closing, I sincerely ask that you consider building these retaining walls within the approved CIP funding, if available. Mahalo for your time, your consideration. It is appreciated. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commission?
I have one question.
Commissioner Kalepa?
Yeah, sorry. You know, I was looking at you and I was like trying to remember the last time I saw you 4 months ago, the commission meeting. So I'm wondering, moving forward, this issue with the removal, is if we can get a timeline once it's presented to the department on what actions will be taken for the removal of the tree or the trimming of the tree.
Well, that's what I got to find out. I know we, Julie, you got, that's okay. Okay. I believe we already did some trimming.
Yes, shortly after.
She's asking for the removal, correct?
Yes, shortly afterwards, we annually or biannual, we find out that when our trees need to be removed, and I would really encourage all of you to drive down Kyle Avenue because that's what separates our homestead, but down Kyle Avenue, you'll see our 32 trees. So basically what Ms. Camilla was asking for is the removal, and Chair did acknowledge that there was a safety concern, and so it was going to staff. But to date, what Ms. Camilla is saying is that there's been no contact, absolutely none. Not a phone call, not an email, none. And so my attempt to have the lessees themselves come before you is so that they can learn and understand this process, because I've been doing it for them for the last 20 years. Now it's their turn. So, yes, we'll go outside and speak to, I believe, Kehal? Yeah, Kehal. For Mrs. Leakey, Raylene's concern, when she came to me and said, Auntie, I'm being told to apply for a grant with the department to fix this problem. And I said, no. Why? Because she needs to honor all the work that she did. That's why I told her I would give up my time, because it's that important to me that when our beneficiaries take Kuleana and go and get the petitions, go to the ledge and knock on doors, go to the ledge and testify, and they are able to secure this funding, their work is done. The funding doesn't come to her. It goes through the department, and the department needs to complete this work. And so I would not let her not honor the work that she put into this. So, next step is what now?
Chair, I have a question. Just like we've identified, Kehao, who might Raylene speak with regarding the funds and just the follow-up to the work that she did at the ledge and getting that funds and having that secured? Who might she speak with at the department to
Probably
follow up?
Katie
Katie or Kalani?
or Kalani, either one.
Well, she's already spoken to them. Well, she's spoken to Kalani.
But I think you got approval at the House side, but it failed on the Senate side. Is that correct? So it wasn't really approved.
Yes, Chair, so the House bill didn't
it's
advance,
approved, right?
yeah? It
But
turned
not
into
the
a
Senate.
CIP.
Right.
Yeah, and the CIP, because we went pounding on the doors at the legislature, they were well aware of our petition for the Ka'ulaka'i, for the retaining walls. And then, the forum is, the legislative process is they bunch it all together, and they say for existing homesteads, and they kind of put it in this wide explanation for the 22 million. So I was told at the end, because we were told that, okay, perhaps we do have the money. You did go and pound the legislature. You did get money. So perhaps you can start building. And then we were told, stand by for about a month or two. Kalani Franda just came on board. He will present you with the schedule of construction. And the next thing we know, a couple months later, at one of our board meetings for Ka'ulaka'i, we were asked, hey, where's the money? And we were shocked. We thought we had the money. We thought DHHL had the money. We thought it was included in that CIP. So that's why I encourage you to read the House bill and the CIP that funded the 22 million. It really relates.
And the other thing, before we step away, is that Representative Diamond Garcia was supposed to be here with Raylene this morning. Unfortunately, his flight is not landing until 1 p.m. this afternoon. Are there any other questions from the
No, my
commission?
staff is right here, Kalani and Kehao. So
Thank
guys
you.
can,
We'll go
talk
outside.
directly.
Mahalo.
Okay, get clarification. Thank you very much. Okay, the next agenda item J3, Regina Nani Peterson, Dana Newman, Kaukaohu, Wahilani, Rob Fonseca, Jeanette Asano Cruz, Lynette Cruz, Kimberly Upu Aina Maluhia o Waianae.
Please don't start the time yet. I wanna Oli first before we actually
Okay, go ahead. Go for it.
This is Oli, my teacher, so I share what I Oli about so everybody know, because we don't all speak Hawaiian. So this Oli is a forgiveness Oli, asking forgiveness to our ali'i for not being the ali'i that they should be. Forgiveness to our kupuna, who have not been kupuna that they should be. Forgiveness to our maka'ainana, who have not been able to be the maka'ainana that we should be. Right? And why we ask for forgiveness? Because we need to find a pathway to ho'ola ika'aina, to ho'ola ke kanaka, to bring our land life, to bring us life. Right? Aloha mai kākou. O wau o Nani Peterson, no Wai'anai mai au. I am Wai'anai. And we speak here today on behalf of Wai'anai and the need for, like I said in my speech just a little while ago, the ho'ola, the bringing back life to our people by bringing back life to our land. And so, Aina Maluhia. First, before I start, I actually kind of wanted to just make a distinction because there has been a lot of conversation in regards to Kalai Mana'ole's pilot project that was approved last year in conjunction with our movement on Ho'ola Ika'aina, Ho'ola Ke Kanaka, that we are separate, that our kupuna shares a'ole pauka ike I ka halau ho'okahi. And so Kalai has been very prevalent in sharing with us the ike that he knows, that a lot of us know not of. Yeah, and so understanding that ike ignited a fire under my butt. Understanding that ike allowed us to realize that there's a need for a movement to malama our kanaka that are especially on the coastline, that are 50% waitlisters, that have not been looked at or valued or a part of this program. And so we share with you this presentation, He Ika'aina He Kaua Ke Kanaka. Land is chief, the people are her servants. So I'm going to ask everybody to take one more deep breath today, right now. One more deep breath because we need your na'au to settle, because we're not necessarily talking about policy, procedures, logistics at this moment. We're definitely talking about survival. The survival of a people who were never meant to disappear, who have been left generation after generation, waiting, hoping, and hurting. Aina Maluhia is about managing Aina, about reconnecting Kanaka Oiwi to identity, culture, and community.
It's about restoring a relationship that has been severed for far too long. And today we reclaim that pilina with Aina and with each other. Kiki'ia'e. As you look at the slides, you will see some images of what this Aina was and what it is as of today. Right? Our kuleana to Aina. Actually, I think it's one more up. Go back up, please. Mahalo. For our kupuna, Aina was never property. Aina is our makua. Aina is our provider. Aina is the backbone of pilina, that reciprocal relationship that feeds us, heals us, guides us, and reminds us of who we are. When we lost access to Aina, we didn't just lose a place. We lost a part of ourselves. DHHL is not focused on land management as if perpetuity mattered, as if beneficiaries mattered. It often seems DHHL does not recognize or promote the symbiotic relationship between Kanaka Oiwi and Aina. Yet, this connection is fundamental to the very purpose of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. We, engaged Hawaiians, are working to reconnect that relationship. Our focus is on land, land management, cultural resource management, true homesteading, restoration versus allowing unmanaged land decay and be misused. Slide 3. When DHHL was formed, it was supposed to be hope, a promise, a pathway home for our people. But behind that promise were designs that already had holes. Blood quantum dividing us, income limits classifying us, waitlisting aging us, generations dying before receiving a single square foot of soil. The expanse, kanaloa of our community that live on the coastline, those below 30% AMI have been left out. They struggle not because they failed, but because the system failed them. The Hawaiian Homelands Trust is in perpetuity. It is inalienable. Its beneficiary class, Kanaka Oiwi, not the general public. Hawaiian Homes Commission has administrative authority over trust lands for the benefit of Kanaka Oiwi. Beneficiaries' needs are first and foremost. And Mr. Watson, Kali Watson, Chair, mahalo, they have evolved over time and you've taken a part in that, understanding how we evolve. DHHL has developed new programs, yes, but there's still a fundamental disconnect. DHHL has not created opportunities for beneficiaries to malama aina. For long-term stewardship, settlement, or restoration to historic sites, sacred places and spaces, heao, iwi, endangered flora and fauna, endangered habitat. Ki'ia'e keololo. But the greatest loss was not housing. It is pilina. The connection to place, to stones, to winds, to rains that call us by name, to each other. Without pilina, we lose purpose, we lose kuleana, and we lose hope. Systems that divide by percentage income or eligibility teach us to compete, not to cooperate, not to care for one another. The Hawaiian Homelands Trust was meant to remediate the harms of the illegal overthrow, the loss of governance, alienation from lands, diversions from water, from lo'i, and disruptions to our livelihoods. Prince Kuhio envisioned returning Kanaka Oiwi to their lands. Once our hands were back in the dirt, we would know what to do. We would understand our kuleana to land. We would do right by the land, and the land provides for the people. Exercise of kuleana builds knowledge, resilience, mental stability, and community solidarity.
there is so much opportunity for beneficiaries to reconnect, to heal, and to restore both land and people. We are here to help make that connection possible. Ki'ia e ke olu olu. Aina maluhia o Wai'anae is not another Western solution wrapped in Hawaiian words. It's a remembering, a coming home. It is built on a simple truth our kupuna lived effortlessly. When we care for Aina together, we learn to care for each other. There's no AMI requirement for aloha, no income limit for kuleana, no metrics for belonging. At Aina Maluhia o Wai'anae, every kanaka counts. Every kupuna's story counts. Every child's future counts. We are not rebuilding houses. We are rebuilding identity. We are rebuilding community. We are rebuilding the heartbeat of our people. DHHL programmatically focus on beneficiaries with credit and money in the bank. And that is fine, but that's not for most of us beneficiaries. This exclusive focus misses a big part of the act. It leaves out a large population of Kanaka Oiwi. The department has missed the Pilina part, reconnecting Kanaka Oiwi to land to promote identity, culture, resilience, strength, and pride. And without pride, we lose. Blood quantum divides us. Income limits classify us into worth and unworthy classes of having a house 2 steps beyond the purpose of the act, returning Kanaka Oiwi to land. Current land dispositions are inadequate for true stewardship. Existing land dispositions, such as Chapter 171 of the HRS, general lease, right of entry, revocable permit, license, are for public land trust, for the general public, not for Kanaka Oiwi beneficiaries. DHHL homestead leases are also too limited in its application: residential, pastoral, agriculture. No land disposition exists that allow Ohana or Native Hawaiian organizations to malama Aina, work the land, to take care of our vahipana, to settle and steward the land. DHHL's land positions are not conducive, does not promote pilina to the Aina, does not facilitate connecting people to their land. No disposition promotes the relationship with the land that we need and that the land needs. We propose new dispositions and programs that restore the land, because when land is restored, it restores us. And I know I'm going to go over my minutes, but I'm going to steal minutes from some of them, and they're okay with that, yeah? Mahalo. So, line 6, Ki'i 6, Keololu, mahalo. I want you to picture someone you love, a kupuna who waited, a cousin who relocated, a child who deserves to grow up with dirt from their homeland under their fingernails. Picture them standing on Aina that breathes for them, mahalo, remembers them, and welcomes them home. Aina Maluhia exists to help DHHL identify these new dispositions, ways to return Hawaiians to land beyond suburban homes or 30-year mortgages, to restore pilina to the land, to each other, to promote cultural identity, ancestral knowledge, and care for vahipana. We don't want to be strangers in our own ancestral home. We're not here to replace DHHL. We're here to help fulfill its purpose. Next slide, please. At Aina Maluhia, we choose pilina and kuleana because it is rooted in policy of the HHCA, but missing in the department's existing programs. People over percentages or credit scores, because a land trust can and should benefit all beneficiaries, not just a small handful. Aloha for the land, because this land trust, again, is in perpetuity. It requires new approaches, new tools, new programs, new insights
but it also requires a stronger integration of cultural traditions and practices in the administration of this Kanaka Oiwi Land Trust. If not now, when? If not us, who? We are from Waianae. We know the land. We know the winds. We know the rain and waters and seasons. There is much, so much to repair. Streams to connect from mountain to sea, historic sites struggling to stand tall, dormant lands that must be cultivated so it can give back life to the people. And the people, we're committed to the people. The place on earth where there is the highest concentration of Kanaka Oiwi, but also an area where Kanaka Oiwi are in need, educationally, spiritually, in health, and in community. Aina Maluhia is similar to Ka'ohana o Kahikinui, the group of beneficiaries who pioneered the Koleana Homestead Program. And Malama Ka'aina, or Hana Ka'aina, King's Landing, who pioneered off-grid settlement in environmentally sensitive areas. Again, we're not standing against the department. We're eager, ready, and able to help the department to address cultural gaps in the existing programs and services that are needed not only for the beneficiaries, but for the perpetuation of the land trust itself. Next slide, please. This is the focal point of this aina. That Pohaku has been there before. We were there. It speaks to us. And I've asked the commission, and I still continue to ask the commission to come to the aina, to feel the aina, to see that we are not doing unauthorized grubbing and scrubbing. We are not building structures on this aina as we were issued by a cease and desist letter. Coming to the aina to see what we're doing will show you that we are trying to do things in pono. If you feel you're not out hugging, you're kupuna leaning in, if something inside remembers a story your body has not heard in decades, then you already know. Aina Maluhia is not new, it is ancient. And it is calling us home. This is our time, this is our place, and this is our purpose. Next slide, please. These are other pictures that are updated recently of what has been done, so you can see, again, that we were not doing anything unauthorized. We were not scrubbing, not grubbing, not building structures. Next slide, please. Aina Maluhia o Waianae will help DHHL by lowering wait lists through stewardship pathways, developing new land disposition for Malama Aina, Kahana Aina, Aloha Aina, and off-grid settlement. We'll also help with piloting community-rooted Hawaiian homesteading, reducing liability and operational costs, improving political standing, cultural trust, and resource management. This could help expand funding opportunities, enhancing climate resilience and land stewardship outcomes. But most of all, it can build a stronger, engaged beneficiary base, an army of land managers. This is a healing pathway that fulfills Prince Kuhil's vision: restore land, restore identity, restore dignity, restore people and community, restore air. Next slide, please. Who we are. We are Hawaiian language teachers. We're mentors for Hawaiian youth in land management. We're kumuhula. We're leaders in Waianae. We're Kanaka Oiwi, committed to creating positive pathways between people and land and between people and DHHL. We're motivated to stop desecration, to do restoration, and to unlock the greatest potential of Hawaiian homelands. We are not criminals. We do not have criminal records, nor intend to start any. We do not serve other agendas or our focus is cultural and land stewardship-based homesteading. We are not a homeless village, though we see how stewardship can help those in need. We are not the problem. We are here to help create solutions. Prince Kohio said, the only method, I'm going to say that again. Prince Kohio said, the only method to rehabilitate the Hawaiian race was to place them back on soil. We are here to carry that vision forward. We invite DHHL to work with us to restore Pilina, restore land, restore people, restore community. Because when Kanaka Oiwi returned to Aina, we return to ourselves, and we all thrive. And so I know this J agenda is not necessarily a decision-making agenda, which is why we have not come to with specific logistics of what our plan is. We would like to be directed to staff to continue to help us. We're asking to open that door to allow this additional option to be heard and to be discussed in Pono. Mahalo nui loa.
Did you want to say something?
So Dana Newman, really I just want to introduce Momi Lozano. Again, this is personal. I've known her for 20 years. And to have a Kanaka that is a beneficiary end up on the beach for 3 years is personal. So at that time, the commitment is we got to get back to Aina. And that's where we at. She's on Aina. And I don't care what gate get in front, we're going to be on Aina because she has to be there. The department's history of allowing people to stay on the wait list for 30 years is frustrating. It's real frustrating. And so she asked me what she got to say. And I said, speak from your heart. Know that this is your home. When you move off the beach, you know when you're on the beach, people are terrible. You talk about bullying. That's nothing compared to what somebody like her has to live with on a daily basis on the beach. Being Kanaka and being flown into every direction. So when she came home to this Aina, to Aina Maluhia, no more none of that. No more nothing. Nobody gonna talk to her, gonna talk down to her. She can thrive. She's been thriving. And this is where the discussion needs to begin. What is the department's responsibility to building a healthy community, as Prince Kohio talks about? We aloha you guys for listening, but this is real. We don't get paid for none of this. We're on the beaches every single week. We've identified over 50 individuals that meet qualifications as beneficiaries. And there's a lot more. And then you got to talk about those that lost through the process of death, that you wiped out, you erased their kuleana, you erased their genealogy from as beneficiaries. You erased that. In your hesitancy to act, we have to act now. And with direction. I'm not saying that we're going to act out of just emotion. I'm not that type of person until it becomes very personal. And this has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with somebody that went through our Hawaiian traditions ends up in a space that nobody cares about. They're going to criticize you. So now I'm going to put her back into a space where we're going to aloha you, and we're going to kako'o you, and you're going to thrive. Eo.
Whew, I gotta follow that. Aloha kako. May I offer a word for today? Mahuahua. Mahuahua. It means to thrive, which is what I feel since I've been on the Aina. Yes, I was homeless for 3 years, and in that time, I used to sleep between the ama at Pokai Bay with the canoes. I felt comfortable there. I come from a canoeing family, so that was one place that I could go and feel safe and secure. And then I was found by the Waianae Kupuna Council sleeping there, so they invited me to a meeting and they was determined to get me housed. But before they did that, they asked me to ma'alama ku ilialo, the heiau there. Apparently, they're telling me that they cannot find one kahuna in all of Waimanalo and all of Waianae. They cannot find one kahuna. So my response to them was, well, have you tried Molokai? So they're looking into that. And I remember telling them, I went to a lot of trainings because I wanted to be a kumuhula. And all those trainings, many of them, I didn't understand why I was there. And now I do. Because sitting at that heiau, trying to figure out how I'm supposed to ma'alama this heiau, which I don't know the history of, was overwhelming. And I lived at the heiau for 8 months. And during that time, the blessing was that they would have sweeps. And the sweeps did not include that portion of the beach. And prior to those 8 months, I got swept a lot. And for someone like me, that's so difficult because there I am with my shopping cart, which is illegal already. But it's the only way I could, hale all my ukana and move. Whatever you leave behind, they throw away. So you try to grab as much as you can. And those sweeps, I've lost so many things. I tried to get a divorce. They took the divorce papers away. Took forever for fill out. You know how it's like a Bible, the divorce applications. And it went. So, still with the divorce. Finally, the clerk said, Auntie, how long you separated? I said, 3 years. And she goes, after 2 years, common law, you guys divorced already. I was like, oh, okay, but I need one paper with my name and the date of that divorce. I need it. So, we're still working on paperwork for that. And it's been years, so it wasn't helpful to get all those things swept. They also swept my pahu drums, my ipu, and I was trying to tell them, excuse me, but those are things I use for my livelihood. I teach hula for 30 years. I need those things. Whew. The blessing is, I got to really look at that as those things are replaceable. No, they're not. From the beginning, when I get them, you name them, that's your child. And every chance I do in it, that's me investing into that implement. So, to tell me, we can replace them. No, you cannot. That's my my ear, all went into that pahu drum. So if it's not that pahu drum, it's empty vessel. And every day, being on the aina, I'm reminded of certain things. People learn about cultural values, and they're wonderful things, but if you don't apply them to your daily life. So what I'm saying is, I've always lived my cultural values. And being on the beach, it's difficult to live your cultural values. Because people don't understand where you're coming from. Why you gotta do that for? Why you gotta? It's because it's pono. And that's another issue going out today. I don't know if anybody knows this, but it's very much ua mau ke eo ka aina I ka pono. Yeah, the phrase is past tense. It needs to be e mau ke eo ka aina I ka pono. So I'm starting to say that out loud all the time. E mau. We still do that. We still live that. It's not a past tense thing. And when people talk about the Hawaiian culture, or Hawaiian people are coming to visit, especially now that they're marketing Pokai Bay, they talk about how we should have this, we should have that, or too bad, or it's one of them again. I say, excuse me. And they said, don't you have a house? Actually, I'm houseless. They said, oh, you're one of the homeless people? No, I'm one of the houseless people because I am home. And when I walked onto this Aina Maluhia, first thing I did was, e koma kui loko kalani. My tutu had taught me that whenever they tell you puli is not something they want to encourage, you just lapse into puli, oli. So they went the Lord's Prayer, and by the time I got to the top of the flat section that was cleared, I had done the Lord's Prayer like 4 times, and I could feel our kupuna there. You can feel them there. They're watching. So sometimes I got to turn and look up the mountain, look by the caves, because that's where I feel them watching from. And they're there. I've grown up with 1 foot here and 1 foot there. When I say here, 1 foot in the living world and 1 foot in the other world where my parents, our kupuna are. I grew up that way. So although I live here, firmly rooted, my other foot is in the outer world with my family that moved on. I live that way too. So when the kupuna start talking to me up above, And they had so much to say. One of the first things that was requested from me was an oli. Kumu, you can make an oli for this place. Okay, so I'm looking around. Anybody know the history of this aina? Okay. So I worked on other things. And our kupuna has given me words for oli. And then, the oli, I was telling Nani, I'm done in Pau, and this is like a couple weeks ago. And then as we got closer to this meeting, the words started coming quickly, and it changed. The words are different. And the words were, Kau kalima I luna, pololi ka opu, kau kalima I lalo, piha ka opu. In other words, we're saying, for all of those reaching out with their hands up, you're going to be hungry. But for those with their hands down and industriously working the aina, then your opu is full. So a lot of the proverbs and wisdom is shared to me through oli. Some come in the wind. So if I'm sitting on the aina, I often get an embrace. And I feel loved and I feel accepted and I think everything is pono. But once in a while, I get a couple slaps too. The wind can come and just pack. I said, what? What did I do wrong? And it comes. She showed a picture of kupuna on the aina. Did you see that, Pohaku? That kupuna was there for decades. He likes to brood and come visit late at night. He'll come to the tent and brood. And I was like, what? I mean, as Kiai, what are you waiting for? He's looking for our intention. What are we going to do on that aina? He said, we want to help families get reconnected to the aina. And by doing that, I believe that we grow. And somewhere along the way, I lost my confidence, my dignity, my pride. And I was telling Dana, I owed already, put me out to pasture. He refused. My hula halau after 30 years was closed due to COVID. And at this point, we're looking to reopen. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited about that because it gives me purpose. And the aina allows me to have that purpose. Okay. Kalamai mahalo o. Kai no o Yesu Christo.
Aloha mai kako, aloha mai Chair Watson and Commissioners. O wau kako hua hilani, no puea mai au. He wainai au mai au. And wainai is the, first of all, I just want to thank our ali'i kuhio, who had the foresight, the iki kupuna, so that all of us here, that we get aina for us as kanako iwi me kanaka maoli. I want to thank Chair and all the commissioners. And I was just moved by my tita Nani in doing such a great presentation that I was moved to tears. You know, I'm a kane, 59 years old, but I'm not hila with sharing my tears of hurt, because every meeting the Ichichau commissioners has, you get kanaka that are ue, they kaumaha, because 29,000 on the list to get. But it's not a hard, easy job for you commissioners, and I commend each and every one of you. But, however, I know Maluhia, I implore each and every one of you folks, please come, because that kupuna, that pohaku that's on there has been there for a long, long time. And this is an opportunity. I kako'o Kalai's project. I was here last December to, with his pilot project, and I'm a lessee. I've been blessed. My parents, I live up in Puea, Waianae Valley Homestead with my tita, the kamais over there, they're also, But some people, they ask, oh, you're lessee, why you over here for help out those that, still, because we get 29,000 on the wait list. And to be innovative, and, this presentation that Nani, and Dana and Timomi, so my kai, I was moved to tears. Tears, because when you put kanaka on aina, kanaka heals, aina heal. We heal. We all come from 1778 when Captain Cook first came to our aina. And after that, everything that came with that, 1887, 1893. But yet since time immemorial, our kupuna, always when ku'e. That's why Haloa is our eldest sibling. Haloa has been sustaining our people since time immemorial, when the tears of Hohokukalani fell on Haloa Nakalau Kapalili. And the first Haloa went sprout. And as the Haloa is still here, we still here, Kanaka. We still here. And Chair Watson and Sonoy, Mr. Kaneakua, Brother Kalepa, all the commissioners, hey, every Freitas, I admire your father, brother. You know, you guys have so much kuleana. But what Nani has said, and Dana and Mommy and I, and even Ma, Lynette Cruz, like, we can kako each other and collaborate with each other. You know, and this is just a template like our kupuna did. You know, we all come from our kupuna. One day we're going to be kupuna ourselves. But the most important thing, we're never going to be forsaken. When we show up, kupuna, they're happy. Because one day we're going to be that kupuna, and we never want to be forsaken as our ali'i. Yeah, so please come to the Aina. You know, and I'm just here to kako and support, because this is another option that we can get. Rehabilitate. Now you think about that, when Prince Kuyo had to say the word rehabilitate. Kanaka, we know why we have to be rehabilitated. Why? Because of the overture and because everything else that went after that. And I preach it to the choir for most of Kanaka over here that know. But we still here. We represent our kupuna that went through those times. I'm a third generation homesteader. My grandparents were the first at Kalamaula, you know, and then they moved out to Ho'olehua. But now, you know, I'm in Puea, Waianae Valley Homestead. I got my dad's homestead. And I'm mahalo kia kua to our ali'i and to, because if I never have my dad's homestead, I'll be there too. Because we all know it's so PPE as Kanako Iwi to live in our own ancestral land. So if there's any way that we can collaborate with you, Chair Watson, and the commissioners, so please, hele mai, I know malu here. Yeah. With that being said, mahalo nui. Ma.
Aloha, everybody. I'm Lynette Cruz. I live Waianae, and I wanted to bring up two things that Nani didn't mention, and being practical and not so much emotional. One, we don't have any money, but we do work. That place has been transformed. It didn't cost anybody any money at all. We didn't ask for money. We got a lot of volunteers. That's one thing. The second thing has to do with Waianae Moku Kupuna Council. We've been working for like 4 years trying to address the issue of Kanaka who have no home. We stand in solidarity with Auntie Momi because she has a home. But we've been collecting data for the last year and a half, just interviewing who lives on the coastline, all the way up and down the coast. I would say, just based on the data we have, 70% Kanaka. And of that 70%, a whole number actually qualify for homestead land. And so we have it. We were working with a professor at HPU who devised a survey for us, and she has the data now and is assessing that. So that's something that's available to anybody who wants to see. So what we're trying to say is, just a Kanaka living on the beach and they dying on the beach. Whose kuleana is it to help them? Everybody's. But if it's your kuleana because you have land, we need to help you. Just wanted to say that.
I appreciate all the testimony. You know, it's obvious that the department needs to get involved. We are involved now. You know, as you know, in fact, I remember you coming with some kupuna from the area on the beach, and we house them in that uluke kukui. That is moving forward. We're going to renovate that. That's going to involve 40 upgraded units in Maile. And that would also have a multi-service center with Lunalilo Homes managing the certified kitchen. And then we'll have other entities in there to provide assistance. So that, you know, is one of the things. And when I look at the situation for this site, with this kupuna living over there, to me, there's a dual purpose or challenges. One is the safety and care and, the need for, I think, services, facility that can actually protect you from the elements, feed you, provide you medical services, and even so on. So that's what Uluke Kukui is about. Now, the archaeological poaku that you mentioned, now, we just, during this commission meeting, there was what do you call it, Agnes Kinney, who is from Anahola, and she was issued a revocable permit to be the caretaker and maintain the Wahi Kapu archaeological site in Anahola. So, that was done in order to care for some of our archaeological sites, which I think is very, very important. So we have the two approaches that hopefully can address the needs for you. And so I think part of what we want to do is maybe sit down, talk story, see how we can move forward, take advantage of your resources and our resources, and kind of have a meeting of the minds and move forward. I don't want to be over there saying, oh, we're going to bring in the enforcement and arrest people. That doesn't work. So let's talk sorry and let's see if we can work through it. Okay?
Chair.
Thank you.
And since December, Auntie Mommy, I see you today and I see that spark in you. Because growing up, you was very, very spunky. So spunky that I used to get scoldings all the time. But I see that again in you, and so I think Aina is the solution. However, I think when you bring up pono, the pono thing to do is to build pilina. And so pilina is huge in this endeavor moving forward. And so I invite you folks to walk alongside the HHL. Mahalo nui.
Any other comments, Commissioner? Okay. Mahalo, thank you for
Sorry, who would be the lead person from the department?
we'll work with you. We have your contact information.
Can we suggest Julie?
Julie. Yeah, Julie can take the lead. All right, Julie, up in center.
She lived Waianae, that's fine.
Perfect choice, actually. Okay. Okay, our next agenda item, and the last one before we have our lunch recess, J9, Princess Lehua Nani.
Aloha, thank you so much. Sorry, I got my handy mommy, that's why, so I really appreciate all those for letting me go first. Princess, please use the microphone. My name is Princess. I got coming in front, because I know that things like that, because no kupuna, as we have always thought about respect. I like that here. Thank you. E kau makua I loko o ka lani. E hoa inoa kou inoa. E hiki mai kou apuni. E malama ia kou make makahunua ne. E liki makalani la. And what I said is what Auntie was trying to say. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. I like to say first, nakupuna, waenai. You guys know ni lukuan kahuna nui. She's sitting right there. She's sitting right there. You cannot go Molokai and bring one kahuna, right, to serve on waenai. I cannot see that. Molokai kahunas. Kupunas belong to Molokai. Maui kahuna. Maui. Ea of a roti belong on Maui. And you, Nakupuna, I say this to you. You belong here. You have been introduced here already. Please, Waianae, no go look outside. You guys have them right here. Why? Because she know the tradition. She lived it. She's still living it now. Before I came to Oahu 10 years ago, I was homeless. Kanaha Beach. I was raped. I was beaten. And the county did nothing. I fought for our kupunas. They never have running water or toilet. Thanks to Molokai, when he became, one of our water, he came and he changed that spigot water where a kupuna would wash. Their food, dishes was under 2 feet spigot. I was make sure that these kupunas, had sinks, kanaha, that they could wash. They could wash the dishes. I made sure that they also had toilets with wheelchair before I came here. Now I'm here 10 years. Thank you. Some of you should know me already. I've been here 10 years. I've been coming to the meetings. I never come for the last year because I was thrown in prison, OCCC, at 60 years old. Isolation, beaten by the cops, bruises. And I've been fighting my court cases, and I won all 7. I won all 7 to be here today. So I could heal as a nakupuna. Come back home. I'll come back home. I'll come back home, Archie. 30 years I've been on the list. Watch. 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 Years. I've been waiting. Now you guys watch me. 20 years I've been waiting. While I've been watching you guys put malls, hotels, 32 years. Since 1993, had a public bill. Princess, umakakao, kung do yung mokuagaw, I did it. That's how I got on Hawaiian homes. Because for 32 years, I had to wait. How it felt. How it felt really to see somebody who was waiting for 30, 40, 50, 60 years to be up here. Because most of them died. Most of them died. So mahalo kia kua. There's 3 things I wanted to bring out that was on concern, and I want to make sure I have it said. First of all is kahikinui. You guys go and get Kahikinui, Donna, Sterling. Me and her both stood in front of Kahikinui. We both was on the list 30 years ago. She got on from Kailua, Oahu, and I got on the back of the list. I have nothing against her because she loved me just as much as I love her. But this is the division that you guys brought to us. Where you guys bring in people from Oahu, the mainland, to come live on Maui, my ancestors' lands, my Nokopuna, my Mo'i Ali'i of Queen Keapualani in Lahaina, where I am displaced here. I was thrown into mental hospital, innocent. I was thrown inside women's CCC prison, isolation, innocent. I am here because Keakua brought me. Now with this one here, the Kahikinui, I still on the list for Kahikinui. This is gave up at 90 something? Lots? Most of them not even from Kahikinui. Auntie, where you from? Mainland. Uncle, where you from? Oahu. And I'm waiting. I was pushed back on the list. Our chair was there. What can I say? But go back and wait. So Kahikinui, please, if you guys can, Oahu, try have one pastoral on Oahu. Because if you put on pastoral on Oahu, you guys don't want nothing pastoral. I don't know why. You guys got beautiful land here. West side, you're planning pastoral land. Just get the military out. Haleiwa get plenty pastoral land. But because no more pastoral land on Oahu, they are coming Maui. That keep me back on the list. When I started for pastoral, I was 350. 30 years to today, guess what number me? 315. Okay? So please have where we can have these other pastorals open in the future so that I can go back home and claim my pastoral land. Number 2. They call it Kamalani. It is brand new in Kihei. It's called Kamalani. Kamalani is on the driest Namawara lands. You try to look the maps. All dirt. I never wait 32 years to be thrown on top of dirt land at Namawara. Okay? Please, you guys also had 20 years ago. You guys did a tour with Polehunui. Let's see, we do Polehunui first before Kamalani. Because Polehunui was on top of the list first, 20 years ago. So before you guys bring Kamalani, do Polehunui first. It's in you guys' grasp and you guys' system already. Do it first. One other thing. Congratulations, princess. I finally, after 30 years, last month, got my paper lease. Here it is. Ayo. Ayo, where? Where I will graduate Lahaina Luna with Archie, right? Class of 80. Archie, what class you?
82.
Okay? We had the Kiahis over here. I graduate all the cousins. Class of 80. So Lahaina, you know me. So now I just got on. I wasn't able to be there because of these restrictions of the court. Right? But I sent my oldest daughter. My daughter was also born 1980. I graduated Lahaina Luna 1980. Okay? I've been on the list for 32 years. My 4 kids did not have the opportunity to live the life of Wasakanaka, of having the blood from me. So what they did, they bought their own homes. They get their own jobs. They're very independent, how I have raised them. But I still came back here. Mama, they're not going to do nothing for you. Forget it. We get your land already. We get your house. We get everything. No. Because they owe it to me. You guys, this is an award. You owe me that. Even if my son get house, my daughter get land, you guys owe this to me. You guys owe this to them. You guys owe this to us. So now I'm asking, princess, now you got one lot. Oh, hooray. Oh, hooray. How big is the lot? How much you and award me? 2 acres. But now you can throw me in something, yeah, small. So what is the compensation? What is the compensation for making me wait 32 years and now can throw me on top of Lahaina, Leali'i, burnt out, all dry, no more water? What is my compensation? How are we going to make your 1 lot to equals the 2 acres that I will sign up for? You shortchanging me. You shortchanging my family. You shortchanging us as beneficiaries. Because you owe me 2 acres, now a little lot. So, I'm asking, please take that in consideration. Because when I talk to whoever I'm supposed to talk to, now I'm going to ask, I like 4 lots to make up my 2 acres. Because I got 4 kids, and they've been waiting. I got grandbabies, 11. They've been waiting. I got great-grandbabies that I have not seen. And love and hug. So I can clear and go back home with a clean slate of being on the land with the real deed in my hand. Because right now we only have paper deed. But I thank you guys so much. I'd like to also leave. Before I leave, just one more. I gotta do this, you guys. Before I go, it has to be done. It has to come from the Na'au. It has traditional. Cannot be always blind. Eh? Mananaal, pambawi, magkukuhin. Bahay na respect. And thanks all of you.
Okay.
Because this chair will make sure that we come home. Thank you so much. Aloha,
Okay.
mahalo to all of you. Aloha.
Okay, hope you can catch your flight on time. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go into recess. Commission will reconvene at, sorry, what? One. Yeah, 1:15. Okay, 1:15. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda, J7, Donna Sterling.
Hi.
Kaikinui.
Hi.
Hello.
Stand by. Thank you. Can you see me and hear me, Leah?
Yes. Well, I just, if you can start your camera, you should be able to come on the screen now.
Okay, I'm on a different device. Stand by. I'm going to do this. I'm gonna do that. Sorry. The host asked to start your video. Okay.
There we go.
Thank you. Hi. So good afternoon, everybody. Donna Sterling, Kahiki Nui, 24. Let me turn off something. Hang on. Okay. I hear an echo, but I don't know. It's not on my end. Okay, I'm ready?
Yep.
All right. So, aloha, everybody. I'm here to wrap up 2025 and to welcome in 2026 with our projects, which some of you have listened to, Ka'ohana o Kahiki Nui and the reforestation, the fire plan, the fog drip, and now we're at the point where we're going to have to, in 2026, expand our membership in another association. That's why I'm here to explain. There is another association since 2020. It's called Kahiki Nui Hawaiian Homestead Association. And I'm going to back up to where who I am, where I come from, because you have new members as commissioners. I've been here living at Lot 41 for 24 years. I was part of the grassroots with Julie and Mo and Russell Suzuki and the gang. Little did I know I would have family from Kahiki Nui, which is a family of Pelekuni. And I now am retired, but I work at the wind farm, Oahe Wind Farm, part-time. I work at, I volunteer for the Maui Community Board of Water Supply chair till March. And I'm president of the Kahiki Nui Hawaiian Homestead Association. I'm also 5 years employed by Ho'olawi Island Reserve Commission, clearing the ordinance from 1999 to 2004. And during that time, we knew about the Naulu clouds, which run from Kahiki Nui to Kaho'olawe and then Ulupalakua, providing the water. And the connection with both mokus, Honuaula and Kahiki Nui, yes, the clouds, yes, the water, yes, the reforestation, but it's more than that. We know that PKO, Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, and Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission manage about 26 to 28,000 acres, very close to Kahiki Nui Moku, 22,000 acres. And for over the years, they have created an MOU between the two of them, entities. You take care of that part of the island, Hakiwawa, and base camp where I live, Kirk does, Mike Naho'opi'i. So, if we're connecting again through the Naulu clouds, then we're also connecting with land management. And that's where KHHA and Ku Ka'ohana can finally come together at a table and embrace taking care of our land and our people. Because the project here at Kahiki Nui are too large for the number of people we have involved. The manpower is not here. And I think the money is going to come in 2027, 2026 to help both groups. But I will be meeting and extending meetings with Elama Farm. He's doing a great job. Keli'i's going to retire off the board. It's a time when we've got to flip the coin and do it because things are going to change. I think that's about it. I just wanted you to know what the history was and why I'm involved with this. And that's it for mine. Everybody's tired. It was very emotional. J agenda this afternoon, but Cully, thank you. Oh, one more thing. I went to the awards at Kamehameha School a couple weeks ago in Maui, and I got the Kamalani, thank you, residential. But I have to let you know the feeling I felt just walking into the gymnasium. I mean, everybody was on deck, Cully. Staff, your deputy, your directors, they were walking around. And as I was called to go in the back and take my stuff to get notarized, do you know, I walked up and there were cocktail tables with white tablecloths. And I said, this can't be the sign up. This is a Grand Wailea and you're offering escargot and champagne. And she laughed. But, you know, you folks really, really did an excellent job. I felt like I was in TSA line walking through and it was really pu'uwai. It was very honorable. And you could feel the aloha, the energy in that room. And it's all because of you had everybody on deck. Over. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Donna.
Sure.
Okay, J5, Kikoa Inamoto, the Maui Lot Selection, Oihuli Waterworking Group.
Aloha.
Hello.
Aloha, Commissioners. I'd like to present a PowerPoint.
Okay.
I'm on my cell phone, so I'm not able to see what's happening over there.
We can see your PowerPoint.
Okay,
It's
great.
on our screen.
Okay, great. This is Keikoa Inamoto from Maui, and I am the co-founding director of Pa'ukana Community Development Corporation, based in Upcountry. And I wanted to show this PowerPoint to give you commissioners a sense of place to what I feel is, in some minds, the center of the universe for some of us beneficiaries. And the reason is because there are going to be 3 wells that are being planned on this acreage upcountry, 4,907 acres of homelands. And the estimated cost of these wells is a minimum $262,000, and these wells are being proposed to be dug by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And in my mind, the purpose of these wells is to divert the water to the new Kamalani, or the proposed Kamalani subdivision in Kihei at an estimated cost of $30 million. So the wells themselves are going to be a minimum of $262,000, but the transmission system will be an estimated $30 million. And because of this plan by the department, a Waiahuli Water Working Group was formed by Commissioner Kalepa. And so I wanted to give you folks a visual perspective of this Aina, where the wells are going to be built. And it's right below where I live on Maui. It's right below Waiahuli Residential Homestead. So this is a view of that land. Next slide, please. This is a map of the lands that is in the 2004 Maui Island Plan. And the whole acreage is 6,112 acres. That includes the 3 colored homesteads that you see at the top. Yellow is where I live, Waiahuli Homestead. Blue are the undivided interest homes, and the green are the Keokea farm lots. And to give you a sense of the history or Pa'opena's involvement with this acreage. In 2015, principals of Pa'opena submitted a non-homesteading land use application to the Land Management Division. So that was 10 years ago. In 2016, we incorporated as an IRS 501c3 nonprofit beneficiary entity. In 2018, 7 years ago, the Hawaiian Homes Commission awarded us a 10-year license to 127 acres of this acreage, or 2.5% of the original ask. And this year, on behalf of my board, I am proposing that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands awards 1,200 agricultural project leases in mid-2026. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the acreage. It was photos that I took in August of 2019. And I'm quoting from the Maui Island Plan. The Keokea Waiahuli Tract is DHHL's second largest Maui land holding. The rolling topography and rich soils are favorable for cattle ranching, pineapple cultivation, and diversified agriculture. Next slide, please. This image shows the August 21st beneficiary consultation on the proposed Waiahuli Water Agreement. Consequently, the Waiahuli Water Working Group met December 4th at Waiahuli Homestead Community Center. This historic, unprecedented convening of Hawaiian Homes Commission, DHHL, and beneficiary leaders seeks a common vision for trust land resources. Next slide, please. These are three images from a video that I took on a June 28, 2017 mule ride through the acreage. DLNR currently holds the right of entry for a deer mitigation program that is apparently non-operational, according to a hunter who called me, Damian Pimentel, on December 3rd. Next slide, please. These are images of the well that is existing there now. It is a UHGS monitor well, and these are images that I took 8 years ago. And the Maui Island Plan states, quote, an exploratory well located within the Waiahuli Keokea Tract penetrates 1,940 feet below the surface. Measurements of the exploratory well between September 2001 and April 2002 found water levels ranging from 5.58 and 6.11 feet above sea level. So it is approximately 2,000 feet before you reach water that the well has to be dug. Next image, please. Uncle Norman Abihai, who is the co-founding president emeritus of Pa'opena CDC, is inspecting unauthorized Ka'ono'ulu Ranch water lines crisscrossing the acreage in September of 2021. He took me down there to inspect and observe what our neighbor Ka'ono'ulu Ranch was doing on our 6,000 acres. Next slide, please. Ka'ono'ulu Ranch cattle, fencing, and water troughs on the acreage constituted a non-Hawaiian, non-beneficiary improper use of trust lands. So those trust lands were sitting there for a while. Sakugawa Ranch had them until 2018. And so Ka'ono'ulu Ranch saw that they were just sitting there and decided to run its cattle over there. Next slide, please. This is an August 3rd, 2023 Maui wildfires image that I took from my porch, my backyard porch. Quote, upcountry Kula fire, estimated 678 acres burned, according to MauiNow.com. Yes, those, whenever there is fallow land, the wildfires are of course, something that we want to try to mitigate. Next slide, please. In cultural preservation activities, community members participated last month in the Ukoho Archaeology Training Program for OPO at Paupena's 127-acre Keokeo Waiahuli Homelands Tract. Current projects also include $274,200 in Maui County Department of Agriculture grants to install 7 water catchment systems on homestead farms and 2 greenhouses at the 127-acre parcel. And we're meeting this weekend. We're going to be planting kalo, ulu, wili wili, mamaki in the ancient agricultural terraces on this land. So all these young people are going to be gathering again Saturday and Sunday, and we'll be putting in plants that are in these pits and terraces that our kupuna built centuries ago when they were living up here. Next slide, please. This is a picture of myself with Kavika McKeag, who is the president of G70, which is a Honolulu-based design and architectural firm. And he wrote to me on November 30th saying, quote, G70 commits to supporting Pau'opena CDC by providing professional planning and technical consultation in the form of community-driven master planning that strengthens the foundation of the Waiahuli Keokea acreage. We also recognize the role that Native Hawaiian organizations such as Pau'opena CDC play in advancing responsible community-rooted management of these lands. Next slide, please. So if anyone has questions about our upcountry homesteads or Pau'opena, our chairwoman of the board is Emma Kahuamana Yap, and this is her contact information. And this is a shot of those 6,000 acres at sunset. We have an amazing bi-coastal view. What you're seeing is Kihei down below, and in the distance is Lanai. So thank you so much for considering the sense of place of where we would like to see 1,200 farmers in the future. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Same to you.
Mahalo.
Yeah, well, but before we call the witness, let me advise the commissioners. We are involved in litigation, so I think the advice is not to ask any questions or make any responses, okay? Thank you.
Dominic, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, members, for taking the time to listen to us. We are speaking on behalf of Courtyards of Waipoli. I'm a resident of Courtyard of Waipoli. We're concerned with the relocation plan. We understand that the building has been acquired by DHHL. We understand the plan for future, but we're very, very concerned about our relocation, where we're going to go. We have it's been very stressful for all the tenants because It's been up and down with lack of communication, and really, there are no apartments available with no plan and no comparables to go by. We've been asked to now to fill out forms and do all this process when the same members of this board were assuring us last year that we had nothing to worry about, that the funds were allocated and everything was fine. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, J15, Sam Wampler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'm a resident at Waipolia Courtyards, and as Dominic had mentioned, one of the most disturbing parts about the whole situation for what we've been dealing with is the lack of transparency. It has scared many residents into a state that, you know, I don't recognize them. It's very hard to put them in a position of relaxation or calming to kind of get them to trust in the system that you are providing. But with the lack of transparency, it is very hard to trust that. And I don't think it's too much for us to demand the transparency for this project that you guys are undertaking. We understand it's required by law, but we also want you to understand that this isn't something that should just be required by law. This is just something that should be granted to another human being. Many of the residents have experienced practically terror because of their fear of not knowing where they're going to go. And we have just recently received some letters where either some people are saying that they're going to get evicted, or that some people have to qualify to be eligible for the relocation plan that is set forth. And just kind of experiencing those processes is very taxing on a lot of the people that have been experiencing this from the beginning. And we ask and urge you to very detailedly look through and make sure that corrections are corrected and that we don't have something to fear. We all agree with the DHHL and the progress and the things that they are working for and what they are doing. We are on your side as far as what your goals are. But when we are on the side of being on an unfair disadvantage, then we can't help but feel victimized. And we ask that you alleviate these situations for us and also be more transparent in your decision that you are making as you make them. That is all I have. Thank you.
J12, Kira Musco-Yonova.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time, commissioners. It's been a long meeting. I'm here with my daughter. I'm also a resident of Courtyards at Waipuli. We are the newest, as far as I know, residents. We moved here in September of last year, 2024. We were not told about any of the relocation plan or the property might or might not be sold. We first heard about the relocation plan on December 16th of last year, which brought total devastation to my whole family, especially my daughter, my parents, myself. As far as the relocation plan, once I received it and I looked at it, I instantly saw a fraud and deceit and just complete negligence and not following URA requirements of the plan. Kenna, who's been a fighter, was able to pause this transaction. Unfortunately, the purchase of the land still happened, and me and my daughter is 50% Hawaiian. We respect your decision to give the land back to Hawaiian people. This is the right thing to do, but what we ask for is to protect our rights because we live here. Kauai is our home. I'm from Russia originally. And I found Kauai 15 years ago. My daughter was born here. Her family from her father's side have generations and generations of living here, and they're mostly from Nihao. So she has roots, and these roots are being disturbed by people like Melissa Mann, who are suggesting that we should move to Oahu or mainland and things like this that are like I cannot understand them. And what we are asking is for you to look carefully at what you're doing, because while you're helping Hawaiians, you're destroying other people's life. And I understand that I'm from Russia and maybe, I'm a transplant, as some people might see, but I'm not. My daughter is not. We belong here. We want to stay here. We consider Kauai as our home. I'm a world traveler and I came here and I found home. And now this home is being taken away from me in the most corrupted and illegal way. And I ask you, commissioners, please, please take a look at this plan, relocation plan, which is not following any of the requirements. This plan, I believe, was designed because somebody thought that nobody gonna look and people just gonna step back and eat it. But we are not. We're gonna fight back. We are here to stay. And what is being done is illegal, completely illegal, and it again devastated my whole ohana. I lost my work because my health issue of the stress that I got from that notice on December 16 last year. I've been hospitalized. I've been carried by ambulance down the stairs, and I have witnesses because of this devastation and mismanagement of this beautiful plan that you have to give land to Hawaiian people. But while you're doing it, please look at us and remember that we are also people. We are humans and we live here. And like I said, my daughter is 50% Hawaiians and she has deep, deep roots here. And we're not going anywhere. So please, please protect our rights. We will not go away. We will fight back with the most respect. Thank you. And I give now the voice to my daughter, Marina.
My name is Marina Masculon. Thank you for your time, Commissioners. When we first moved into Waipoli, we were not informed that this property was going to be sold. For 3 months. We only found out last year, December 16th. When we found out that it was going to be sold, we were devastated, and it brought so much stress that my mom literally almost died. We like your plan to give it to the Hawaiians, but we need a place to go too. We respect your plan, but what about us? I'm 50% Hawaiian. Most of my family and friends are here. My life is here. So we need to be relocated in a good place on this island. Not on Oahu or any other island, but here. All the residents need to be relocated. And again, we respect your plan, but what about us? Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
And I want to add something. As far as the plan, it is clearly misleading. We were given some properties that are available, but they're not, they're either fraud and fakes, and Melissa Mann particularly knew about it, and yet they were put on relocation plans. So my question to you, how was this even allowed? Mel Raposo on January 8th meeting addressed all these issues, that $1.9 million is not enough money to relocate 49 units or 59, however many are left. On Kauai, there are no apartments. I've been searching daily, every day for the past 10 years, just in case, and literally every second since the last year. We don't have properties here on Kauai, as you know. You're well aware of the rental prices on Kauai. So please, if you are going to go on with relocation plan, please take care of us according to the rules and regulations of URA plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next person on J14, Velma DeGraff Turkson. Okay, public testimony, 3 minutes. First one up, Kenna.
These residents have been through a lot, and they have been wondering, when are we going to be shown our comparable housing? When are we going to be taken care of as we were promised for 18 months? And now to find out that the relocation plan was not in fact authorized or authored by Interwest Group. That's a big deal. And what I can say is nobody likes to be in a lawsuit. Nobody. Nobody. But residents are engaging in litigation because they feel like it's the only way that they can get their voice heard. And I hope we can come to a resolution, because really what they're asking for is for their federal rights to be respected. And so I just hope we can get to a resolution where they're heard and have their rights respected. Thank you.
Next, Michelle Salas.
Aloha, Hawaiian Homes Commissioners. Oh. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michelle Salas. I have lived at Courtyards at Waipoli for about 14 years. I'm a single mother and raised 2 boys. Okay, it's fine. I have 2 sons. They are 17 and 12 years old. I also live with my boyfriend as part of our household.
At the end of November, my 17-year-old son was given a 90-day notice to move out. This was shocking and frightening for my family. We did not understand why it was happening, or if we had done something wrong. We were scared that we lost our home. The notice told us to contact Melissa Mann. But when I tried, I was told she no longer worked for Interwest. I later found out she worked for Candace 19 Development, the company behind this situation. I was never given a clear person to talk to, which made everything more stressful and confusing. I did not receive important information that the law requires before a notice like this can be given. I never received a notice of eligibility explaining my rights. I was never told about other housing options that would be considered comparable. I was never given information about relocation or rental assistance, including how the required 42 months of assistance would work. These are basic protections meant to help families like mine, especially families with children. Understand that this is happening and the plan ahead. Without this information, I wouldn't make informed my decision for my kids or protect our stability. After legal actions was started, the 90-day notice was taken back. While I appreciate that it was rescinded, it only happened after legal actions. The requirements information was still never provided. And nothing is in that place to stop this from happening again. This situation caused a lot of emotional stress for my family. As a mother, it was heartbroken to see my children scared and unsure of their future. I am asking the commissions to please step in and help protect my household. I respectfully ask Candace 19 Development to stop from issuing any new notice to evict until they are fully followed by the law. They must be required to provide all the requirements information, including a proper notice of eligibility, a clear information about the comparable housing, a full details about relocation and rental assistance, including a 42 requirement by the law, that the impact this has had in my family has been taken into consideration. I am asking for a special treatment. I am not asking for a special treatment. I'm only asking for fairness, clear communication, and for the law to be followed so my family can feel safe in our home. Thank you for listening and for your time.
Okay, J10, Hiva Hiva, Kahe Aku, Medeiros, Ohana. They're not responding.
Oh, no, never mind, wrong person. Sorry, that's what Contessa keeps saying. Okay, can you ask for Boca Blue?
Bo Kahui, are you on? And did you want to testify? Okay, J8, Robin Kili'i Noho Moku, right of entry permit for Pulehu Nui. We're going to recess. We're going to do some contested case hearings. We will reconvene at 3:30. for you.
He wasn't online.
Okay, we've come to the end of this month's agenda. Thank you so much for your participation. Next regular commission meeting is January 21st, 2026, Tuesday, Wednesday, Hawaii Ponui, 91-5420 Kapolei. Please visit our website for the 2026 meeting schedule and information on awards, projects, Salesforce updates, and much more. We are adjourned, and happy holidays. Okay, thanks everybody. Happy holidays.